गेलं.
एकदा व्हिडिओ सगळ्यांनी चालू करून ठेवलेला चेक करायला. राम सर,
हां ठीक आहे.
Kind request to all the participants to please mute their audio. Yes, ma'am, we are all ready. Waiting for your signal to start.
Yes, please. Let us start.
Okay, ma'am. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the digital world. I, Dr. Parag Inamdar, welcome you all in today's online one-day multidisciplinary international conference on phygital environment, opportunities and challenges of new normal era, organized by Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce, Knight, Mulund, Mumbai, Maharashtra. At the very beginning, I would like to request everyone to please rise for our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे
Yes, sir. Okay. I will. I will. Okay. Okay. Okay.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. Being an academician, I think our beginning will be incomplete without taking the blessings of Lord Ganesha, a god for the knowledge.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Thank you. The beginning couldn't have been better. Let us hope that all the positive energy around us will make today's gathering a successful and fruitful for each one of us. Digitalization has become an inherent part of our life. What was started as a flagship program by Government of India in 2015 as Digital India has become new normal when it comes to booking of tickets, paying of money, or using services like banking. Digital technologies have been spreading into almost every aspect of economic activities, transforming production and consumption patterns. Robots and automation have changed how products are being made. What was considered as a physical activity a decade ago, due to digitalization, is just a click away. This conference attempts to showcase opportunities and challenges of this new normal beginning that we have. I would like to highlight a staggering response that we got for participation and publication of research papers from the researchers all over the world. After going through the peer review and plagiarism check process, a journal with more than 250 pages containing 40 research papers is currently in printing process. This shows our love and passion towards the research. Now, let me take this opportunity to welcome our team leader, Principal Dr. Mrs. Kaila Shanekar Madam. With her wealth of experience, knowledge, and skills, our college able to successfully complete the first cycle of NAC accreditation under her able leadership. Judicious but very humble in nature, let me welcome our Principal Madam to guide today's virtual gathering. Ma'am, over to you. Madam, unmute. Please unmute, ma'am.
A very good morning to one and all. A warm welcome of all dignitaries of management of Sarvajanik Shikshan Samstha, Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE sir, Chairman of our college, Dr. V.B.DESHPANDE sir, Chairman of the Sarvajanik Shikshan Samstha, Dr. K.R. Joshi sir, Secretary of Sarvajanik Shikshan Samstha, and Dr. L.R. Tiwari sir, Member of College Governing Committee and a former principal of our college, respected, distinguished resource persons, scholars, speakers, and dear participants. I heartfully welcome you all at this virtual August gathering. Our college, Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce Knight, is located in Mulund West, Mumbai, Maharashtra. It is a single-stream, single-division college established in 1999 by our chairman out of his own experience and vision. He conceived the working students from socially and economically downtrodden society. Though our college has a very humble scale, we all, that is management, staff, and students, strive for progression of the college by organizing various cultural, sports, and many academic activities at college and intercollegiate level. Thereby, we provide students a wider platform and exposures. With the support of management and staff, our college is accredited by NAC with B grade and score is CGPA 2.35, and chairman of peer team, Dr. Panchanatham Natarajan sir, has accepted and honored us to inaugurate this conference today. I take this opportunity to congratulate our conference committee for taking tireless efforts for its successful planning and execution. The convener, Dr. Anil Matkar, co-convener, Mr. Sunil Ram, the most hardworking and dedicated organizing secretary, Dr. Parag Inamdar, and Mr. Kiran Bachav, IT support, have praiseworthy contribution for organizing such a mega event. Our clerical staff, head clerk Vijay Joshi and senior clerk Milind Busane, deserve applause for efficiently handling online accounting transactions. We are grateful to Ajanta Publishers for their excellent coordination and timely fulfillment of printing journal commitment with high impact factor. I owe to our editorial board members research papers. In the recent past, we have gone through an unexpected pandemic COVID-19 period. It taught us many lessons. It is a known quote that necessity is a mother of all inventions, and it is out of necessity digitization became dominant, online mode became significant and indispensable. Use of electronic gadgets like mobile phones, tabs, laptops increased for e-classes, e-commerce, and e-connectivity in every field. It is said that more than 90 crores of Indian people have mobile phones and equally large numbers use internet. Digitization invoked many software development and apps. Majority of people, irrespective of age, income, gender, and educational level, it is a request to participants, please mute yourself. It is a request.
Sonam Singh
Please
ma'am.
mute yourself.
Sonam Singh ma'am, please mute yourself. Sonam Singh ma'am, please mute yourself.
Majority of people, irrespective of age, income, gender, and educational level, became digital literate. Vegetables, fruits vendors, auto rickshaw drivers, and other street sellers were observed to be very easily using QR code for their business transactions. But once the lockdown lifted up, our normal routine started. People used to work from home, started attending their offices. Online shopping continued with offline marketing. Now we are in an environment where there is an integration of these two modes, that is physical and digital. The term phygital was coined by Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar, a renowned scientist of our country. He has said that we must learn to live in phygital environment. Both the online and offline modes have their own advantages and limitations. We need to derive maximum of benefits and find out solutions to overcome the challenges. In the digital global world, the concepts of artificial intelligence and ChatGPT are becoming prominent. The benefits of digital world has a other side of digital frauds in all fields. In this present new normal era of digital environment we live in, we thought to have a thought-provoking sessions to provide our participants and viewers the insight of various opportunities and challenges. The great speakers with an excellent and rich academic profile are invited. I would like to share a brief note about them. Dr. Panchanatham Natarajan sir, we are obliged to you for accepting to inaugurate and deliver a talk. He has many achievements, a huge profile to his credit, but yet he is such a simple, positive, and motivating person. He has got unique sense of humor and makes people around him cheerful, comfortable, and charged for best of the commitment. When I asked him for inaugural speech for our conference, he was in Hong Kong for academic assignment, but he agreed for this online session. Thank you so much, sir. Our speaker for keynote, Dr. Ravinder Rena, is of Indian origin, but based in South Africa since long, and today he is delivering his keynote address from Russia, as he has been appointed by university there for a special assignment. He is well versed with the global scenario and he has deep knowledge on the subject to enlighten the students. Mr. Manoj Sathe, former Vice President and Head of Investors Education in NSDL, is well acquainted with capital market and its volatility, its impact on growth of business, foreign direct investment, and infrastructural development in our country. He would share his expertise on phygital environment and capital market. Welcome, sir, to this August gathering. Friends, as we all know that new education policy 2020 has been introduced by the government, which has multidisciplinary student-centric approach. Dr. Suchitra Naik, madam, the member of steering committee for implementation of NEP, is a right person to share her views on benefits as well as challenges of NEP in phygital environment. Due to overwhelming response, we have two technical sessions simultaneously conducted for research paper presentations. For technical session 1, we have Dr. Milind Marathe sir, Director of Research Center, Sinhagad Institute of Management, Pune. He has wide experience in research and has contributed in various academic and research institutions. For technical session 2, Dr. Susmita Dakshini madam, former in charge principal of DTSS College, is recognized PhD guide from Mumbai University, and 9 students have been awarded PhD under her guidance. Also has a wide research base as a RSC member in various colleges. Welcome Dr. Marathe and Dr. Susmita. For valedictory session, we have a very resourceful person, Sri Mandar Bhanushe sir. Very well acquainted with digital educational tools. He has designed and developed many online courses for students under MOOCs and Swayam. He has also initiated radio channel of University of Mumbai. We have heard experts saying that 19th century was influenced by Europe, 20th century by USA, and in 21st century, India will influence the global economy. Looking forward for a very meaningful talk and best takeaways from today's conference and all success. God bless you all. Shubham Bhavatu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you for always staying with us and encouraging us to take up the new challenges. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome a very young and dynamic personality, a visionary person who is only 91 years old, who is a pioneer of starting a night college to provide education to needy and working students in Mulund and nearby areas. A person who is very devoted towards education field and at this age also has more than 100% commitment towards this institution. Let me take this opportunity to welcome one and only the chairman of our college, Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE sir. Sir, over to you. We'd like to hear from you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Namaskar. Myself as chairman, Advocate V.B. Deshpande of the Advocate V.B. Deshpande College of Commerce, NITE, welcome you all on behalf of Governing Body of Management of SARVAJANIK SHIKSHAN SANSTHA to this online international multidisciplinary conference organized by our college. I congratulate Principal Dr. Anekar and her team for organizing such academic event. I am pleased to share that this is the second online international conference organized by our college. My heartfelt welcome and greeting to Dr. Panchanathan Natarajan, sir, and all distinguished speakers for this conference. Our Sarvajanik Shikshan Sanstha was started in 1959 and now we have 8 educational units from pre-primary to college level in the same campus, including our night college. I have acquired my graduation and post-graduation in night college while in service that inspired me to start such night college in my old town with the objective to offer learning while earning to the working students from privileged section of the society. The management of the SARVAJANIK SHIKSHAN SANSTHA trusted me for this noble cause and honored me by giving my name to the night college as Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce Night. I am thankful to my Sanstha for the same. This college was started in the year 1999, and the next year we will celebrate its silver jubilee. We are providing adequate facilities for not only academic activities but overall personality development of working students from socially and financially weaker section of the society. The theme of the conference, Phygital Environment-Opportunities and Challenges of New Normal Era, is very contemporary, and I think discussion is required to know impact of the same on various aspects of highly vibrant and dynamic economy of our country. As a person of my age, at 91 years, I have witnessed, experienced, and accepted changes that are taking place in all the fields of our economy, and best live example is in today's online international conference. The contribution of physical and digital mode of discussion, rapidly growing digitization, its benefits in terms of its cost effectiveness, saving time, easy connectivity with people at far distance. Similarly, threats are none easy to less. Few years ago, when Reliance company came with the advertisement of mobile phone, Dunia amazed me, and I was wondering that how is it possible with such a small device of mobile phone? But now the gadgets have like mobile, tabs and laptops have become necessity and essential for students, employees, businessmen of all citizens. COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown taught us online transaction. Teaching and learning, we are forced to adopt online admission, payments, business meetings, and running enterprises. The new concept of work from home started, but I personally feel somewhere the personal touch was missing. When post-pandemic online patterns started, a new mode emerged that is a mix of online and an offline mode. It has benefits but some challenges to overcome. The invited is the resource person for today's conference will enlighten us on various awaiting opportunity in various fields and also minimizing threats of this modern pattern. Friends, I took forward for the best outcome from today's discussion on opportunity and challenges of physical environment of present conference. Finally, my best wishes to you all. Thanking you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for encouraging word and always inspiring us to take up the challenges. Now, I would like to request the convener of today's international conference, Dr. Anil Matkar sir, to take up the charge for the next session. Matkar sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Parag sir. Very good morning to one and all present here, and thank you for joining us today at online platform. one-day multidisciplinary international conference on Phygital Environment-Opportunities and Challenges of New Normal Era. I feel so proud that we are conducting this multidisciplinary international conference today. The theme of this conference is in a phygital environment, opportunities and challenges of new normal era. Phygital means different layers and dimension of education. It includes physical, digital and personal. Digital learning is a blending learning. It is also called flexible learning, where learning can be happened by reading, listening, performing, discussing, simulating, and failing to do something. Digital learning is rose due to three catalytic changes in the past 5 years: Corona-19, new education policy, and lifelong learning. Today's conference will focus on new education policy, which includes replacing of conventional mode of classroom learning to digital mode. And it also includes the academic bank credit also. It also based on choice-based education system. It has multiple entries and exits with the students' autonomy system rather than institute autonomy. NEP also has lots of opportunities like ecosystem to align all stakeholders at one platform, learning behind the classroom, no border, no restrictions for learning, and enhancement of student skills and knowledge in education world. It has simultaneously number of challenges like quality of contents, experienced faculty for implementation of digital learning, how a hybrid education model could shape the future of students, and what can be done to overcome these challenges. Friends, today we have eminent experts across the world to communicate their valuable thoughts, knowledge, and professional expertise on digital environment, opportunities and challenges of new era. Once again, I welcome all the eminent speakers, guests, research scholars, paper presenters, and all participants. We hope this one-day international conference would help all participants as per their dream and will learn to adjust for need of the time and use of digital technology for our holistic development of education environment. Today we have 4 eminent speakers across the world to speak and discuss about the theme of the conference. Before we start, I request all the participants to keep your mic on mute mode. It's my pleasure to introduce our first eminent speaker for inaugural speech, Dr. N. Panchanatham, former Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, Chennai. Sir's education qualification include PhD, MBA, MCom, MA, MSc, and M.Ed. Professional qualification include LEAP, IIT, KGP, and Cambridge and UK, LMI, Hungary, SME and RD, Israel. His teaching experience include total 33 years teaching experience in business schools and PhD research, total 20 years in administrative experience, which includes 3 years as a Vice Chancellor, 10 years as a HOD, 10 years as Chief Coordinator, 5 years as UGC SAP coordinators. Sir has served as a visiting professor to many countries. It includes USA, Cambodia, Lithuania, Philippines, Russia, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka. Regarding awards and fellowship, 47 awards at national and international level. Sir served 56 international academic visits, 36 countries. Sir has received as Extraordinary Professor Award from Northwest University, South Africa. Regarding research and contribution, Sir has published 453 research papers in journals, 140 research papers published in conference proceedings, and 75 books published. In a research consultancy grants point of view, 3 crore 25 lakh rupees he got it through the research consultancy. For RUSA team got 20 crores, grant on PMMTT 5.38 crores. Sir has supervised 62 PhD scholars and 23 MPhil scholars. Sir has edited 20 journals under the peer review committee. Regarding academic attachment and responsibility, Sir has visited more than 70 institutes as a peer team and 150 institutions for National Board of Accreditation. Sir is a member secretary syndicate in 22 months and chairman syndicate 33 months. Sir is a member and chairman in a governing council, National Focus Group, DTUB, Senate, Academic Council, Doctoral Committee, and even Rotary International level. As a Vice Chancellor, Sir has done lots of achievements. It includes earned NAC grade A in the first cycle. He has MOU with international institutions more than 94. He has organized national and international event extension programs, addressed as a chief guest resource persons in a number of colleges and universities. Sir has established and reformed many centers, cells and committees for development of education aspects. He has received many awards to university. Few are Ayush Award, Mangare for Green Champions, world record for 121 events conducted throughout under his administration. He has sanctioned research projects for faculties and students, created many infrastructure facilities for educational institutions, and provided welfare and extension activities. We have such a professional expert and experienced academician today for inaugural speech. Once again, I welcome you, sir, and request you, Dr. Panchanaman, sir, to start the session. Sir, over to you.
Good morning to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
At the outset, I congratulate all of you for organizing this great international multidisciplinary conference. Also congratulate wonderful participants for investing your valuable time. Honorable Chairman V.B.DESHPANDE ji, 91 years, young man, guiding spirit, dedicated person, sacrificing person for the cause of education. If Aneka madam gives 30 minutes to me to speak only about V.B.DESHPANDE ji, only about chairman, I will speak. I will speak. Because others should learn more about such a great personality. Similarly, Honorable Chairman, Dr.
Hello, Sonam ma'am. Sonam ma'am, please mute your mic.
Panchanatham sir, please unmute yourself. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yes,
Now you are audible.
Other respected organizing committee members, apart from the guidance from V.B.DESHPANDE ji, V.B.DESHPANDE ji, Joshi ji, Tiwari ji, respected Aneka madam, and all other great personalities who are part of this organizing committee, galaxy of highly respected resource persons from various places of this world, and very wonderful teachers and non-teaching friends of V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce, which I have personally visited. Very wonderful, dedicated team is there. Nice students are there. Then very respected participants from various disciplines, because it is being the multidisciplinary international conference. People have come from various places. So on behalf of all of us, I congratulate Organizing Committee for having come forward to organize this wonderful program. And similarly, once again, I congratulate participants for investing valuable time. Either you all will be getting new insights from this program, or the existing insight will get reinforced. We need reinforcement. We know something, but still we need somebody to reinforce. That is the human nature, scientific study of human behavior, psychology. So, this title, Phygital Environment-Opportunities and Challenges of New Normal Era. We all can, when speakers speak, remember, recall our own experience of both olden days, exclusive physical purchase, physical marketing, physical logistics, everything. Now, digital, again, in between, like Kisok in the airport, best example for digital. So, in that way, it's a very wonderful conference. I am very happy to inaugurate this great conference. I am thankful to this great organization for having given me an opportunity to be with you this beautiful day and inaugurate this wonderful scientific event. Phygital retail refers to the integration of physical and digital elements. Other speakers, including principal, spoke. There is the integration, which is a difficult task, but still, no other go, we are forced to integrate. And now I could see in some kitchens at homes, the integration, phygital is going on. Something physically they prepare, and during the process of preparation, they switch on YouTube, and they forget the process, and they refer the YouTube, or connect with someone who is in the United States, maybe mother-in-law, who has gone there to United States to take care of grandchildren. The daughter-in-law from Mumbai, she is asking mother-in-law in Minnesota or in other part of United States, whether the cooking process is correct or not. How much oil should be added? How much salt I could see in one house, extra salt I have added. What to do, mother-in-law? From America, she says, actually physically, kitchen, everything is going on. But digital is added. Physical plus digital is added. Mother-in-law says, add some sweet. So that the added salt will go down. Tips come from United States. Mother-in-law belongs to Mumbai. She is in America. Physical, digital integration. The result is excellent cooked food. So in that way, friends, in future we cannot avoid. Again, artificial intelligence is going to come, 100%. Then we are worried, even the physical part will go down, digital part will increase. Physical part will go down, digital part will increase. So in shopping, marketing, buying, logistics, in all components of production, all finance, all components of commerce and business, physical and digital, these two things together, phygital, cannot be avoided. So better to be prepared for that. That skill we should develop. For physical to digital combination of these two, we should prepare our skill for that. It is a tough job because we have around 30 crore people illiterate in our country, which is 3 times population of a European country. For example, if you take France, like France, 3 times population of our country, they do not know to read. They do not know to write. but still they use smartphone. They use smartphone, but educating them phygital is not easy as we can do it to a graduate or at least a school completed person. So our professors, our teachers, our consultants, our business people should be very shrewd, one side to educate, to give tips to highly educated graduates, even computer science studied people, another side illiterate people, because digital cannot be avoided. So the percentage of digitalization is enhancing, increasing all over the world. We cannot go back from that. Thanks to COVID, wholeheartedly we don't thank COVID, but the environment, COVID environment made us to become online, including our schools, colleges, everywhere. Therefore, digital technologies into physical spaces, customers can access a broader range of services and receive elevated services levels. So it is the advantage you have to see. There are some disadvantages, challenges available, no doubt. But still, we should more focus on opportunities. The title is more of what is the digital environment, opportunities and challenges in new normal era. We never, even during our physical classes, if a boy or a child or a girl does not look at our face, we used to get angry. That is the nature of the teacher. But today, sometimes they say, they connect in the online class. They are not listening somewhere. They are gone. They are playing. But we don't know. We don't have the controlling mechanism so far. So for that, National Education Policy 2020 very clearly says we should go more of student centric. Use technology, more of student centric. The methodology matters, pedagogy matters, skill matters. So I used to listen to my teacher. My teacher used to tell, for everything a skill is required. It's a wrong example, but still it is relevant in this context. That Mr. Vinayak, please meet. Mr. Vinayak, please meet. So relevant in this context that a person like me, a retired person, was sleeping at home during this COVID period. Someone did not get job. Many people lost job. He decided to go and steal. Thief. He wanted to become thief. He came to that house. The person like me is sleeping. He showed the pistol. Take the almirah key. Take the bureau key. He is threatening. So immediately the person like me who is sleeping on the floor asked him, "Are you new to the profession?" So it was a shock for the thief. Yes, he is new. Only today he has taken the decision and he has come. He asked him, how do you know that? How do you know that I am new to this profession? Then he simply asked, in India, particularly in Tamil Nadu, where jewels, money, cash are kept in the bureaus, almirahs, will any man keep the key? Always women keep the key. You are coming and asking me, you are showing the pistol. Even if you kill me, you cannot get the key from me. See that? There are 3 women sleeping. The center one, green saree, is my wife. The left hand hip, it is hanging. Even I am trying to take 500 rupees for the past 1 week. I am unable to take. You go and take. So he took the key. He opened. Nothing he could find, because she is very clever. Somewhere she has kept. And he found only 1,000 rupees. Then this person like me, who shown where is the key, the husband, was sitting at least 100 rupees he will give. That thief give all 100 rupees to him. You take all 1,000 rupees. All 1,000 rupees you take. He asked, why are you giving all 1,000 rupees? Then he told, thief told, I have many houses. I can go and steal. But you are the husband. You want to steal at your own home, but you are not able to do. You are not successful. Okay, here, keep all the 1,000 rupees. I will go and steal somewhere. So, write a sense somewhere, somebody told. The meaning is, wrong example. In Tamil, we have a problem. If you want to become thief, you need skill. You need skill. Similarly, phygital. Today and tomorrow going to be phygital, physical and digital. And if you say that I cannot use
रोहन क्या कर रहा है तू? ये इम्पोर्टेंट है.
Sonam madam.
कौन से सर को?
Sonam madam.
Hello.
Sonam.
Singh, ma'am.
So, thank you. So, the days are like this. So, you cannot say that I was studying in 100% physical environment. I will not use smartphone. I will not use digital equipments. We cannot say. Neither the teacher nor the student. Similarly, in the business environment. And there are many people, you see that there are, more than a physical saree shops. I know some people who are having an online saree shop. They sell more than the top the person. Naturally, any woman will like to personally see the saree. She will like to touch the saree. She wants her to have a feel of the saree, color of the saree. But there are incidences where not only saree, many other products. Amazon is the best example. There are many incidences where online people are selling more number of products, both in quantity and making profit than the top 100% only physical. So that being the case, instead of doing a research on that, instead of doing an argument on that, instead of debating on that, better to adapt, better to the evolutionary theory. Unless we adapt, we cannot survive. So in that way, this physical plus digital integration, even teachers, 150 methods. We always, like this lecture method, we restrict to lecture method. There are, national education policy says, 150 method. Lecture is a method. Drama is a method. Game is a method. Laboratory is a method. Educational tour is a method. This conference is a method. Seminar is a method. Extempo talk is a method. Quiz is a method. Play is a method. Singing is a method. Dancing is a method. Integrating all digital equipments is a method. That is how hundreds and thousands of methods are there. You can innovate. Even you can innovate. I do remember 40 years ago when I was a student of Bachelor of Education, only physical, no digitalization. I could go to a small school, a girl, a teacher, lady teacher, who is younger than me. She was just 10th standard qualified, plus diploma in training. I was going with the MSc and Bachelor of Education for a training. A small girl of 3 to 4 years old asked the teacher, what is kadal? What is ocean? Samudra. What is Samudra? No digital technology was there. Today, these telephones, even if you ask me, I can show in the telephone what is ocean, what is sea. Even one more button if you press, even water may come out. That is the level of technology today. But in those days, I am talking 40 years ago when I was a student during 1984, Bachelor of Education. That girl is looking at me because I am senior to her, more qualified than her. But I am worried how to answer, I don't know, to the young girl. That madam, that teacher, simply took few vessels, filled water, smaller, bigger one, and afternoon scheme, very big vessel, afternoon food scheme, very big vessel, full of water. And she shown that girl that, are you seeing more water? For that small girl, everywhere water, everywhere water. Yes, just to expand your imagination. Everywhere water, everywhere water. You are not seeing anything other side, no bank. Are you able to visualize? Yes, teacher, yes, teacher. That is sea, that is kadal, that is samudra. See that? In Tamil there is a proverb, Vallavanukku pullum aayudam. That means if you are an able person, with the available facilities, you can do wonders. No digital technology. 40 years ago, with the available old vessels, a 10th standard qualified teacher was able to explain what is sea, samudra, ocean to a village girl of 4 or 5 years old. So that is creativity. NEP says, National Education Policy says that it should be student-centric. It should be digitalized teaching learning. It is digitalized business environment. It is phygital, physical plus digital, physical plus digital environment. Opportunities are there, challenges are there. No other how to prepare ourselves. In that way, friends, again I appreciate, congratulate this organizing committee of this conference and wonderful participants of this conference for getting new insights or strengthening the existing. You know something already. It is not new to you, but you are getting reinforced. You are getting reinforced. You come to understand that we cannot go back from digital world. Further, the percentage is going to increase. Then we are going to end up with AI, artificial intelligence, where digitalization will be more, physical will be less, physical will be less. So, for which this conference will be highly useful. Because whether you cannot claim that I can teach only in physical. The businessman cannot say that only you have to come to my shop. Without coming to my shop, you cannot do. I remember when I 38 years ago, to withdraw 100 rupees, sometimes I avail the half-day CL from the bank. Because big queue will be there, I have to walk, go and come, 100 rupees. My half-day salary is 150 rupees. To withdraw 100 rupees, I have spent 150 rupees 35 years ago. But today, Google Pay, digital technology, now banker cannot say, you are my customer, I am the king, customer is not the king, you should come to the bank. You cannot say. He says, to purchase a Hero Honda bike, 10 times I went to bank. Now I receive 100 times every day phone call. Do you want to loan? Do you want to loan? It does not mean it happens to me. It happens to you also. So these changes cannot be. Nothing is permanent except to change. Nothing is permanent except to change. So I'm very happy to inaugurate this conference because it is thought-provoking. Many speakers are going to speak. Papers are going to be presented. Thought-provoking. So friends, what I have to say again, there are 150 methods. 150 methods are there so that the teaching learning process will take place well and better results will be there. For example, like Honorable Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji, who was the president of our country. Before that, he was the teacher of the Mysore University. How his teaching used to go to the class. How many years ago? How many years ago? 80, 90 years ago, Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji, when he was the teacher in Mysore University, 20 minutes late he used to go. 20 minutes in advance he will come out of the class. 11 to 12. 11:20 he will go, 11:40 he will come out. Today in your college, in my college, nobody can do it. Aneka madam, principal madam, Deshpande ji will throw us out. But he did. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji, he is the best teacher. Day after tomorrow we are going to celebrate the September 5th Radhakrishnan Teachers' Day on his birthday. Why? He is the best teacher. He was challenging. What other teachers can teach in 60 minutes, I can do it in 20 minutes. What other teachers can teach in 60 minutes, 1 hour, the same teaching learning process, I can do, you can test 20 minutes. Therefore, friends, that is commitment, that is pedagogy, that is preparation. For 20 minutes teaching, he prepared 3 hours. 20 minutes teaching, he prepared 3 hours. For every class, he prepares 3 hours. 3 hours preparation. Major time is spent on methodology. How to make this particular concept to all types of students in the class. Highly intelligent student and sometimes some backward students will be there. Easily cannot understand. So for all types of students, what methodology? One methodology, two methodology. There are 150 methods. More than that girl, school teacher, how she invented a method with the help of available vessels. She made the child to understand what is sea, ocean, kadal, samudra. You can invent hundreds of methods, thousands of methods. Creativity. Now, blending digitalization, that is more important. With the help of digital equipments, with the help of advent of digital technologies, with physical mode, because a good teacher can never be replaced. Digitalization can never replace a good teacher, provided the teacher adapts, provided the businessman adapts, provided the marketing man adapts, provided the production man adapts, provided the financial services industries do adapt. If they don't, for example, you imagine, there are certain banks, still they want you and I come to a bank to withdraw 100 rupees. Will they survive? Will you be their customers? Phygital. So, from all place, from eating, from walking, savings, saris, purchasing houses, traveling in aeroplane. And the best example for digital, they say, Kiso, you go to airport, railway station, there is a machine. Physical environment also is there. Machine also is there. In the machine, what they do actually, you take the printout. You take the printout, and they go to check-in, they go to aeroplane. They go to check-in, they go to aeroplane. Therefore, how these days are changing. How these days are changing more important, because if this Kishok machine, if you go to all airports, you can see, if you understand both the physical environment will be there, digital environment will be there. Physical plus digital, both will be there. This is the order of the day. So you cannot say that only physically I am a customer, the aeroplane man should deal with me. I will not go to machine. Something like that you cannot speak now. So these days are to be understood, because the outcome matters. If we don't adapt, if we don't teach well, if we don't do business well, then you cannot survive. I remember a good speaking person who speaks very good English, for him the writing is the problem. He wrote a leave letter. He writes like this: Sir, tomorrow I am going to my village. Sir, tomorrow I am going to my village to sell my land along with my wife. See, it's a good boy, good person. When he wants to sell his land, he wants to take his wife also. But the way he writes, tomorrow I am going to my village to sell my land along with my wife, gives different meaning. Immediately they ask, in which college you studied? Who is your teacher? Who taught you English? So, teachers, we become responsible. Sir, they attended only online class. I could not teach certain things. No, the society will not accept. Outcome matters. National education policy says outcome matters. Therefore, friends, not only there, another example I could see in the internet, another fellow wrote, just a married fellow. He wrote, Sir, leave letter. Sir, my wife is sick. I am only one husband at home. Please give me 1 day leave. See, he has got something in his mind. But the way he writes, if she reads, wife reads, she will think differently. It gives different meaning. But society is asking, where did you study? Which college? Which university? Who are all your teachers? Outcome matters. So another fellow wrote, Sir, My mother-in-law died. I am only one responsible for that. Please give me 1 day leave. I said, he's a good person. He wants to be a responsible person to take care of the cremation, everything. But the way he writes, police officer will catch him immediately. Why? And so many hundreds of examples we can tell. Outcome matters. You digital you use, only physical you use, only digital you use, outcome matters. Banking sector, only physical you use, only digital you use, or physical you use, outcome matters. I could withdraw money immediately. I could deposit money immediately. I could get a loan immediately. So for all those things, the outcome matters. Business environment, teaching environment, day-to-day environment. In all these things, it is already highly integrated. So that being the case, going back from there is not at all possible. Therefore, better, because I'm not a subject expert on that. My duty is to only inaugurate. The given 30 minutes time is going to be over in 1 minute. I am concluding now. But experts are going to talk. Great people are going to make presentations. Technically, you are going to learn more and more. So I have got a lot of other points since I am a professor of business administration. I have got a lot of things to tell on that. But there are exclusive personalities present. Great personalities are present to speak on all those things. However, I take this opportunity once again to appreciate and congratulate all those who are directly or indirectly responsible for organizing this great program. I am very happy to inaugurate this great program. I sincerely thank people, those who have given me an opportunity to inaugurate this wonderful program. The college will grow, should grow well, should grow further, should grow to the extent of becoming a university at the earliest, because Honorable V.B.DESHPANDE ji has invested his whole life for more than 25-30 years to provide education to the needy people. So this college should grow well, not only grow well, it should become a university for which all stakeholders like you and I should always support. Once again, on behalf of all participants, I appreciate, thank, congratulate Organizing Committee for their wonderful job. Similarly, on behalf of Organizing Committee, on behalf of the V.B.DESHPANDE ji, I congratulate, appreciate all those participants who are investing your valuable time to learn more and more, to get more insights, to get the existing insight reinforced. It's a great opportunity. Once again, I'm happy to inaugurate this. God bless all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. N. Panchanathan, sir, for your valuable advice and professional knowledge about the phygital environment. Sir, you have enlightened the session by covering how reinforcement is important for today's era, how digital technology is important. With the past example, you have given so many live examples to understand the term phygital environment. You also covered student-centric teaching learning methodology is one of the prime important issue of phygital technology, and also you are given stress on this particular skills and knowledge in a digital technology. Experiential learning is one of the best example you have covered through your past, your own experience. You have connected with all digital inputs and given very lucid example of Samudra test, and also mention the responsibility of teacher. Very thank you so much, sir, for on behalf of our management and Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We are obliged for sparing your valuable time. Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam, for the opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Now, this is second session going to start. Before that, I would like to request all the participants, please mute your mic. It is a very disturbing number of times, so I request heartily to keep it off. It's my pleasure to introduce you the next keynote address speaker of this session, Dr. Ravinder Rena, sir.
He is yet to join, sir.
Yeah.
So please continue with his introduction. Let's hope that he will join soon.
He is not
He
yet.
is in Russia, yeah. He has not yet joined.
So shall I continue? Yeah?
Yes, you may please.
His qualification, PhD, MA, B.Ed, M.Phil, and LLB. Regarding his teaching experience, he has 31 years teaching and research experience in the Asia Pacific, Africa, and European continent. Just 1 second. Yeah. Regarding his teaching experience, he has 31 years teaching experience.
Matkar sir?
Yeah.
Matkar sir? Yeah, now okay. Yeah. Slide, better you change the slide. Yes, yes.
Sorry. He has 31 years teaching experience in Asia, Pacific, Africa, and European continent. He is a profound academician, distinguished scholars in economics, and he is a writer, editor, advisor, motivational speaker, and public intellectual. He is also a visiting professor at St. Petersburg State University, Russia, Monash University, Switzerland, Sri Sri University, Cuttack, India. He is honorary country director, South Africa for International Internship University and Lighting Dreams of Young Minds, Global University in India. He acts as a president, South Africa for SUCAN International, United Kingdom. He is also global president in economic affairs of the All India Sustainable Development Council. Regarding his awards and prizes, he has bagged many awards and prizes. Few of them are: he obtained Eklavya Award in 2023 by International Council for Education, Research and Training, New Delhi. He also received Olympus International Award 2023 for Women Empowerment. He also received Best Researcher Award 2022 from Durban University Technology. He received Best Researcher Award in 2012 from Namibia University of Science and Technology. He also received Man of the Year 2012 award from American Biographic Institute, USA. Regarding his research work and publication, he is appointed as a chairman for the panel of judges for the Economics of the Global Undergraduate Award in Dublin, Ireland, and UK. He also authored 10 books and published more than 150 articles in reputed national, international peer-reviewed journals, and he also authored 50 books chapters on his conferences and seminars. He visited more than 300 colleges and universities across the globe, and he is well featured in the Global Achievers magazine as one of the top 10 social leaders. He is also one of the resource person for BRICS Research Forum in South Africa, India, and Brazil. He has served as editor, associate editor, editor-in-chief journals in UK, South Africa, and India. His author rank is 6,475 out of 13,23,864 of Social Science Research Network, USA, and he is among the top 1% researchers in the world. His Google Scholars citation 1,344, H index is 22, ITN index is 42. He has supervised more than 60 PhDs, MPhils, and master theses and dissertations across the globe. He has traveled more than 40 countries.
University, one of the oldest university in the whole of Russia. So the physical environment always impacted, and it is probably it adds a lot of value to the environment. So maybe particularly for the past 2 or 3 years during the COVID-19 situation, we lots on it every single day. There are thousands and thousands, or if not hundreds and thousands of events that are being organized across the globe. So many people, unemployed people, they also set up some organizations and they begin to have the webinars on different topics. So we have been associated, we've been taking part, even some of the speakers, the speakers that are speaking earlier, they also taken part, they also spoke. But we met along the way, we met different people on a virtual platform. But obviously, to be honest, the truth of the matter is that I can't even remember 1% of the people. I might have met thousands of people. So many of them are speakers, some of them students, and so on and so forth. I cannot able to remember them at all. So not even 1% of them, actually. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, there is a saying that if you want to probably have a kind of memory, if you read a book, sometimes maybe you remember in lifetime, actually. So those are some of the changes that we need to look at. Within this physical environment, though we have challenges, for instance, in terms to reduce the cost substantially, I'm sitting in Russia, St. Petersburg, maybe thousands and thousands of kilometers far from Mumbai, but I can able to communicate with you. I can able to see you, or probably see some of you and listen to you, or you can listen to me. This is the miracle which we never ever anticipated maybe 30, 40 years ago. So these are the changes, physical changes as well as digital changes that occurred over a period of time. Now, how effective these digital technologies and artificial intelligence, the machine learning, we're talking about robotic technologies, we're talking about cloud computing, we're talking about so many virtual realities and so on. Now, how effective they are actually. What is the impact of these virtual technologies or digital technologies in the real world situation? We know, we read, and practically it has been proven that a medical doctor who is living in India or in Mumbai city, he can do an operation to a patient who is living in America.
त्याला नको कनेक्ट होतो व्हॉट्सअप तुझं नेट चालू आहे ना नेट चालू आहे बघा अटकतंय पुढं तुझं बंद झालं का हो अटकलं नेट बंद आहे ना आता तुमचं कनेक्ट तर त्याला कनेक्ट करा काहीतरी झालं
Even driving also, you cannot teach somebody driving in a very digital manner without them having the physical touch. So there are so many professions, although everything with this YouTube technologies, everything with this virtual and probably digital technologies, we could able to learn absolutely, that is true. But there are certain professions we cannot able to learn without having the physical kind of environment and physical practicals in nature. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we have got these changes that are occurring. And of course, when we organize a webinar such as this, the cost of the event will be reduced substantially. We could able to bring different renowned people from across the globe. We do not need to provide them the flight tickets. We do not need to provide them the local transports or local transportation or maybe hotel accommodation and so on and so forth. So substantially, the cost is same. But now, if we look at the other side of the coin, I think Professor Panjanathan ji was also talking about the technologies, and he was the Vice Chancellor himself for Educational University in Tamil Nadu. So he has got an immense experience in terms of these kind of issues. Now, the challenge of the matter here is that, ladies and gentlemen, if we teach somebody, I was also teaching during the pandemic situation, my students probably from different parts of South Africa, I was teaching them online by using MS Teams or by Zoom technologies and so on. But sometimes they put the video, so not the video, but they put their details, their credentials on, whether they are sleeping, whether they are cooking, whether they are doing something else. We do not have any control. Even though we ask the students to put the video on, but they are not going to put the video on. They may say, even they can bluff us that no, the internet connection is weak, and you do not have any control on such kind of situations. And so therefore my camera is not working, or probably my network is very weak. So anything they can say, whether it is real, whether it is probably it's only fake, we do not know. So the controlling mechanism is not going to take place. And the learning is always face to face. As I told you, for the last 31 years of my experience, traveled and also worked in different continents of the world, the physical environment, nobody can replace it. The guru, shishya, sambandh, the relationship between the teacher and the people or the student must always to be face to face and probably physical contact. So digital will also always have got its own limitations, and the digital technologies indeed they are creating a lot of unemployment across the globe, particularly in a country like India, where millions of students, millions of youngsters who completed their masters and master's degrees, they are sitting with degrees with no employment opportunities. So these digital technologies are creating a lot of challenges in the coming 10 to 15 years time, ladies and gentlemen. It is also going to create so many unemployment in the whole world. And so probably about 30 to 40% of the workforce that are being in the work at this point of time, they all will become unemployed. The teachers are being replaced by the robot teachers. For instance, a state like Karnataka, Bangalore, was using robotic teachers to teach mathematics and physics. And if you China, for instance, on the other side of the coin, China, thousands and thousands of robotic teachers, they have been teaching the subjects in different ways. But there are no ways that a robot can replace the human being. In fact, human being is the one who invented or discovered the robot. So therefore, nobody can replace that. I always remember as a teacher with 3+ decades of experience that there are 4 categories of teachers that we see in our teaching and learning environment. And we all students, and a teacher is always a student throughout his life. He cannot be only a teacher, he's also at the same time a good learner too. So the 4 categories of teachers that I remember is that we have got a lot of mediocre teachers in this world, including India. They always tell us, or average teachers, they just tell us. A good teacher explains, and a better teacher demonstrates, and the best teacher inspires. So we have, I think, quoted by Professor Panchanathan ji, the chief guest of this event, that Dr. Sarvajani Krishnan ji, who was a former, vice president and a great philosopher, and probably, renowned thinker. And on the eve of his birthday, 5th of September, which we're going to celebrate in 3 days' time, and he always tells that a teacher is not only a teacher, but also is a guide, is a mentor, is a philosopher, and is a friend. So a teacher has got so many qualities or characters built within the teacher. So therefore, a teacher is not only to teach in the classroom environment, but it's beyond. So beyond how it works, actually, we cannot set up a virtual meeting platforms where you do not have any controllings, and whether the student is following you, whether the student is learning really from you or not, you do not have any control. So ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, that there are a lot of issues that I can touch upon, but looking at the time, and so the unemployment situation one side, the millions of jobs already been lost. About 30 to 40% of the existing employees, they are going to be replaced by these technologies, or digital technologies and so on. And a machine could able to do a work of a teacher, a work of a worker, work of a miner, work of anybody, but basically even servant maids also been replaced by the digital kind of robots. So if we move on in this passion in the coming probably 2 decades or so, the economic structures are going to be changed drastically. For instance, a country like America, which has got the largest economy in the whole world, but starting from 1871 and until today, in 2023, the 2nd of September, America is the only country in the world which is the largest economy in the whole world, actually, probably for more than 152 years. And prior to that, India was the largest economy, obviously, in the whole world, for almost about 17, 1800 years. And now China, in the coming few years' time, China is the second largest economy today, which is about $19 trillion contribution. And it is going to take the position from position from America as the largest economy, and it becomes the first largest economy in the whole world. So the global economic structures, of course, if we move on the passion, India will become the third largest economy in the coming 20 to 30 years' time. But the challenge of the matter remains that in a country like India, these digital technologies are probably still far reachable to the common man. There are more than about 250 to 275 million people of India. That is more than the population of Pakistan and probably more than half of the population of America. So they do not have any kind of educational access. Forget about the digital technologies or smartphone access that we are talking about. They do not have any literacy kind of reading and writing kind of capacities. So if we move on the direction where India became the third largest economy, which we are fifth largest economy today, but is it going to be having an impactful that we could able to educate all our 250, 270 million people in the coming couple of decades time? And are we going to bring all those people into the mainstream of the digital economies and then the whatever that we are doing today? So these are some of the challenges, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, I'd like to say thanks to the conference organizers for bringing me on board and inviting me, and particularly the principal of the V.B.DESHPANDE College, Professor Kailash Nekarji, and all the other team members who put their hands to organize this event. And I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable advice and professional knowledge. We have focused on drastic changes after COVID-19, what revolutionary changes took place for the phygital environment. We also focused on effective technology and with example of doctors and other supportive media for phygital environment. We have covered cost benefit analysis after once we digital age start. How again you touch the particularly control and engagement of students who is worried about the digital technology ecosystem to be aligned at one platform, then it little bit help us for the phygital environment. You also mentioned the role of teachers, guide as a different roles of teachers, how it will affect you on this digital environment. And one of the important aspects you covered that unemployment will be definitely minimized and economic structure will change. So with this, sir, once again, thank you, Dr. Ravindra Rena, sir, on behalf of our management and Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Anilji. Thank you. Thank you, Anand.
Our next subject expert is Mr. Manoj Sathe, sir. I take this opportunity to introduce the subject expert on this session. Mr. Manoj Sathe, his education qualification BE Electronics from Mumbai University. He has done leadership professional program from IIM Kolkata and IIM Bangalore. His working experience He started his career as an IT professional with Digital Equipments Corporation USA. He has total 25 years of experience in the capital market as a vice president and head of investor education in NSDL. Presently, he is working with Excite Technology Private Limited as a country head, delivery and customer service from 2020. Regarding his external attachment, he is a mentor at the Entrepreneurship Incubation Center, PTVA Institute of Management. He is also member of Board of Studies, Jhunjhunwala College, Poddar College, Joshi Bedekar College, and BK Shroff College. Regarding his guest speaker, he is a guest speaker on various topics at various universities, including Mumbai University, IIT Mumbai, IIM Ahmedabad, and IIM Bangalore. He is nominated in the top 3 speakers in an induction program in NSDL for 10 years. Regarding his consultancy and hobbies, sir is serving 27 years as an astrology consultant. He has a hobby of reading and writing poems in Marathi, Arti on his idols on the Amitabh Bachchan and Sachin Tendulkar. His mission of life is educating as many investors as possible and making them financially prudent. He helps students to be ready for entering the world of business. As of today, more than 100 students mentored and conducted more than 800 investors awareness programs. Such an outstanding personality and industry expert today for subject expert on our conference theme. Welcome you, Manoj Sate sir, and request you, sir, to start the session. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this introduction of mine. And I'm really happy and feel very privileged and honored to be addressing the conference arranged by Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce. I would also like to thank Principal Dr. Anikar Madam for giving me this opportunity once again to come and speak in this gathering of so many intelligent people. So it is really, I really feel honored to be here. So when Madam called me and gave me this particular topic, I really was impressed because this topic is something which is very close to everybody's heart as of today. Because post-COVID, what has happened is that things have changed drastically, and there is a shift that has happened from the environment which was physical environment to a digital environment. So when I asked her what exactly is the specific topic that you would like me to speak on, she said you can speak anything about the digital environment in the area of expertise that you have. So I selected a topic which is digital environment and capital markets. And I have a presentation which I would like to present. Just let me know once you see the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the discussion agenda for today is what do you mean by phygital? Then a little bit about the topic where I would like to talk about capital markets prior to year 2000. Then the evolution and journey to digital till about 2015. When it comes to capital markets in India, you will find that the shift from physical to digital has happened not during the COVID time, but it has happened much earlier, which is post, I would say, Y2K. And since then, the journey had already begun, and it took some more advancements which happened in the COVID period. So that is where we will touch on the COVID period. Then the post-COVID, then we come to the challenges and opportunities, and then the future of the capital markets. Now, as I was listening to the discussion that Professor Ravindra Rena did, And very rightly he said that when the word phygital came in, what do we mean by phygital? It is basically we use technology to bridge the digital world and the physical world. There are lots of things that we do physical, like this conference today itself is a kind of a phygital conference because we are connecting online, but if you switch on the videos, you can see each other. We know that there are people sitting on the other side, and then we are talking using the or discussing using the methods which are based on the digital technology. So this is the phygital world today that we are discussing, and we are having this conference. Another word for this phygital is omni-channel. So you have one channel which is digital, but still the physical world is connected using that omni-channel. So everyone gets connected to the digital world. Another definition can be given as the personalized physical presence combined with digital technology to drive better experience. So that is something which we imagine when we talk about the word phygital. Physical plus digital is something that is what we mean by phygital. Now the question comes, why phygital? Because the banks, the capital market, the world existed even prior to digital coming in. So that was the physical world what we talked about, and then the digital came in. Then why the phygital thing is required? Why are we not shifting directly to digital, or why there is a need to have a digital in the first place when all the processes, all the technology, everything existed in the physical world? Now the reason for that is that technology world is growing very rapidly. When you say technology world is growing rapidly, you can see that there is every day millions of mobile applications being uploaded every day on the platforms of Google as well as the Android ones. So the technology world is growing so fast that it is really becoming difficult. Like if you have heard Professor Ravindra Raina speaking, he was talking about how the world was 10 years back in the field of education and how the world it is today. There is a very, very significant difference in the way that the world was 10 years back and the world that is there today. And the reason for that is technology is growing very rapidly, and it is making a huge difference to the way we exist today. Another very important part of why phygital is that mobile phones, they have penetrated significantly. Everybody in the country today has a mobile phone. The person may not earn more than 10,000 rupees a month, but believe me, he will have a smartphone which would have cost him some 6,000, 7,000 rupees or a 10,000 rupees one full month salary. But that person will be having a mobile phone. He will watch movies, he will watch YouTube videos, he will watch photos, everything on that mobile phone. The person may not be literate, but he will definitely have a mobile phone. That is how the mobile penetration have increased in the country today. The third is the education levels are going up. Now, recently I read, even in fact today itself I read a news that the government of India has given the task of identifying the illiterate people to the professors and those who are there in the teachers and professors in the field of education. They will be asked to actually go from house to house in every society, in every locality, in every area, and they are asked to find out those people who are illiterate or non-educated. The task that is given by Government of India to everybody in every state is to figure out those who are not educated. This talks very highly about the focus that the government has in spreading literacy, in spreading education in the country. It is said that in Maharashtra itself there are about 1.6 crore people who are not educated, who are not learned, who are not taken primary education also. So that task has been undertaken by Government of India. The news has come today. It means that already the 80% or 80 to 90% people in India of the 140 crore population that we have, they are already educated, and the remaining are being identified for the purpose of ensuring that even they are educated and even they understand what is happening. So that is something which is an excellent step. Now, that puts us into another important thing, why physical? Because once you are educated, once you have mobile phones, once you understand technology, that is where you can actually come up with different ideas of moving or using the digital world to enhance the experience that the physical beings take. That is why the phygital thing is important. Another thing is huge population. India has a huge population. Now this entire population, as I said, if you want to reach out to them, if you want to give them some services, if you want to give them some benefits, if you want to make sure that everybody uses banking experience, everybody starts saving systematically, everybody has access to capital market, everybody is able to come up or go for birth certificate, Aadhaar certificate, everything, each and everything which is offered by Government of India for good living or well-being inside the country, it has to use digital. Otherwise, imagine that the number of people that will be required to work in every sector. It is said that there is one police being there to do the activity of policing for every 10,000 people. Now imagine number of people required only to do the policing activity. Now it is said that it is required to have one individual can serve about 100 individuals in bank in a month. Now imagine the number of people that will be required to really work in a bank. So this population actually makes us think how we can use digital world to really improve the quality of services that are being offered to the huge population which is there in the country. Now, another thing is that varying degree of tech knowledge. Now, when I say varying degree of tech knowledge, whenever a person is educated, it does not mean that person knows technology well. If you simply create sections of the society in terms of the age, while a 70 plus year person will be able to use mobile phone for the purpose of calling, he will be able to use the mobile phone for the purpose of watching or using WhatsApp or watching some videos on that. He may not be able to use that same mobile phone for the purpose of carrying out his banking. He would still prefer to reach out to some individual who can help him understand, carry out, and the person who is using it should be able to trust the person who is there in front. Like while walking on the road, if he is doing mobile banking, amongst the entire huge population is today completely varying. Even those which are below 30 years, they may not know the risks which are involved in using certain applications which are not the secure applications per se. So in terms of using the product, in terms of the risks involved in using the product, in terms of the genuinity of the product, the knowledge is extremely varying when it comes to the population which is there, and that is right from 10 years to 90 years of the person's age. Rapid product development is another area why phygital is very important, because the word phygital talks about physical plus digital. Now when I say products, I am talking about tech products. When tech products are evolving so fast, it's very difficult for the physical world to really keep pace with that. So that's the next point. Humans can't match speed of tech. And as a result, for every change that has happened in the technology, because of the regulations being put in by the government or by the regulators, it's important that that particular feature, that particular knowledge is transferred to the human who is going to use it. In fact, it should be known to the person who is actually the driver of that particular, on which some table or some tabular thing will be written, and then they will have to compile everything, add everything, and it used to be very difficult to really monitor, analyze, figure out where the problem is. And as a result, the growth of the capital market was very slow. It was limited to a very small set of individuals who knew what all this process of equity markets is. And it was a more of a concentrated individuals who used to do transactions and who used to do activities which are there primarily on the Bombay Stock Exchange prior to NSE's existence. And there were a lot of regional stock exchanges where again, in every regional stock exchange, the individuals who are attached to that stock exchange, they used to only be aware of what is happening in the equity market and how the buying and selling is taking place inside it. And only they were privy to that information which is there inside the. Everybody wants to earn money. That greed factor which is there in humans, it existed then, it existed now, and it will exist in future also. So because it was very prone to these kind of slowness, it was prone to frauds. So that was the capital market which was there when the physical world of shares existed prior to 2000. Now this is when the digital journey began, somewhere from 1994, and it actually took pace after the starting of NSE, then NSDL, then BSE also became the centralized kind of stock exchange. Then they started their own depository, which is CDSL. And with the advent of NSE, NSDL, BSE, CDSL, post 2000, the demat journey sped up and it was very, very fast. Now, once demat came in, the world of physical shares actually stopped. There was no physical movement of shares. Everything was dematerialized, and everything, like you have your money in bank in the form of electronic cash, and only when you need, you again make or extract that particular physical notes and use it outside. There, once dematerialization was done, the movement also was through electronic form. So no physical existence of share was there post 2000. And as a result, the transfer process, it was sped up. The settlement process also became from T+5 to T+3 to T+2. And today it is, they are talking to they are at T+1. So that is something which has come to, they are talking about real-time gross settlement now. So that is something which is a future. But the settlement began very, very fast and becomes T+2. There was centralized settlement and regional stock exchange had to be closed. They became the brokers of these NSE and BSE. And as a result, today India has only two exchanges which are operational, NSE and BSE. And life has become extremely comfortable, simple. And while the regional stock exchanges closed, what happened is they were given the option to become the brokers of either NSE, BSE or both. Most of them opted to become brokers on both the exchanges, and they continue to do their business and they continue to offer services to their own clients. This made the monitoring for SEBI very easy, and that's why you would have seen that regulations have become stricter, easier, faster.
ॲडमिट वाला तर करू का ते ॲडमिट वाल्यावर क्लिक करायला काय सीन सोडवायला लाईव्ह आहे ना आपण तो त्याचा कनेक्शन नेट जरा चेक करत राहा काय करायचं आता नेट चालतंय ना चेक करत राहा काय त्याचं नाव मनोज
चल आपलं नेट आहे
गेलं लाईव्ह
आणि लाईव्ह चालू आहे लाईव्ह गेला असतो आपल्याला
एवढं चेक करत राहा
human contact became zero. Everybody was stuck in their own areas. The offices were closed, and that continued for about 6 to 8 months. Everybody was bound inside their own houses. You were not allowed to be physically touching anyone, physically meeting anyone, physically present at any point. So as a result, everybody started thinking of each and every touch point, how it can be replaced by technology. And then came the digital onboarding where video KYC or online verification, all these things came in. Nobody used to visit branch because at some stage Reserve Bank of India allowed the branch staff to visit the branches to give services. But the people were so afraid of visiting anywhere that they never used to go to the branch. And as a result of that, the different technologies like the remote logins, like when you want to support, people used to support remotely. Net meetings like the one what we are talking about, Google Meet, Zoom, all these platforms came in. Mobile apps came into picture. Every small bank, every small DP, every small broker, they started their own mobile apps for the purpose of people to be in control of their account and for the purpose of they being able to use the services which are being offered. As I said, video KYC came into picture. But when all these things were happening, naturally, people who are experts in the technology world but have a crooked mind, crooked mentality, they started using this thing, and then came the cyber crimes. And the cyber crimes have increased greatly in the last 3-4 years of time. The work that is there for cyber crime divisions has increased tremendously. If you look at Google, you will find so many crores of rupees have been just siphoned off by cyber crimes, where different ways and means are found out by people to really peep into the bank accounts, extract the money and take it out. So there was an increase in the cyber crimes. And this extreme interconnectivity happened between, when you say 3-in-1 and everything is to be digital, the interconnectivity between banks and capital markets increased to such an extent that even the capital markets abroad got connected. And when so many things are connected to each other, things are bound to become simple, faster, efficient, and prone to cyber attacks. So that's something which has happened in the last 3 years, if you see post-COVID from March 2020. Now the new normal is that you can see is the branches have reopened. Since 2021, most of the branches, most of the services being offered in the capital market in the world of BFSI, it is normal. So all the branches are open. Entire staff is working. Now the work from home even has stopped, and many of the offices, even otherwise also, other than BFSI, they have asked their staff to be back to work. So it has come back to normal. Investors have started visiting branches. So the need of phygital has come in because physical life has began once again. Digital, where investments have already gone in, will exist. It will improve. People will be leveraging the technology investments and technology products which are being given across during these last 3 years. But at the same time, the human resources, which are the staff of that BFSI sector, have to be used. So there is a need to bring these two together, use humans for the purpose of giving the digital usage to the people. And as a result, even the regulations have become stricter. Once regulations are stricter, again use of technology comes into the picture. So it's a cycle which is there. So this is the new normal which is there post COVID. All these things have actually posed a lot of challenges as well as it has thrown open some opportunities. The first challenge that I can see and you all can see is to adjust to the technology changes and the need of constant training to the human resources. Believe me, you will find that many of the times when you visit banks, branches, you may be aware of certain regulations being put in by the regulator. You may be aware of certain feature which the bank has started offering you, because in the technology world, in the digital world, because of digital marketing, the bank has directly communicated certain things to you. They have said that we have started offering this thing to you through your mobile app, through your web application. But when you go and inquire in the bank person says, "Mujhe dekhna padega, I am not aware of this particular thing. Let me see, let me come back." So there is a need of constant training to every individual which is there. What happens is the tech world is so fast, and with agile development technologies, people are able to deliver tech changes at very, very quickly. Whereas the training world, where physical trainings are to be conducted, or for that reason even online trainings are to be conducted, it takes time for the training to be given to the HR people or the people who are giving those services to the end customers. And as a result, there is a big challenge in terms of ensuring that the human resources are constantly trained. That itself is a challenge. Then rising cost of human resource and technology, because everybody now is demanding more salary. You can see that tomato prices are rising, this price is rising, that price is rising. So people have a feeling that it is pinching my pocket, so they are asking for more and more and more salary. Year on year, the standard inflation itself is about 7%. So people are expecting the growth in their salaries at the rate of minimum 7 to 8%, which itself is huge. And even the technology world is demanding more and more and more money, because every platform, every application, every technology that is being used, it goes obsolete very quickly. You can see iPhone 13, 14, 15, they are coming up with iPhone every year. It means that the technology is changing so fast that every time the depreciation time which is given for the CA people, or for the purpose of calculating the cost of the product which is invested, the depreciation period is very small now, and as a result, the cost becomes zero very, very quickly. So this itself is a challenge for every organization in the and the same applies to capital market and BFSI. Another thing is balancing the work with enhancing user experience. It means that while the end customer's experience has to go up, you need to make sure that the HR is able to do their work in the physical world as it is. So it should happen that because something is slow in the physical world, the digital experience goes for a toss. That should never happen. So there is still balancing of the work. Then they have to abide by stricter rules and regulations of RBI, SEBI, etc. Because even the regulators, as I said, they have access to quick data, huge data being churned out very quickly. They're able to make policies, they're able to make regulations quickly. Once the regulations change, the impact comes on the banks or the users of that particular thing. And as a result, the stricter rules and regulations are putting pressure onto the BFSI sector. So that's again a challenge.
Sir,
yes.
Manoj sir, I may interrupt. Sir, another speaker is there. I know you have huge knowledge and many things to share.
This is the last slide.
Yes, sir. Please summarize in brief. And
it is the last.
Sorry for
only one slide is there. So the journey has been
thank you so much.
400 lakh crores. Again, this reaching young population easily, ensuring that financially educated, managing big data and data analytics, finding optimum use of branches and branch staff. This is something which is easy to do. Now, this is the future of physical capital markets. This is the last slide that I have. Better and quick onboarding experience, real-time settlement of shares. If you sell shares now, you will get the money in your account quickly. Proliferation of trained freelancers, providing physical part to the customer, PHY part to the customers. Significant growth and journey to $10 trillion market capitalization. More derivative products evolution. Interconnected world. The 16 by 7 by 365 market time. Today it is 12 by 7 by 360, not 365. So it will become 16 by 7 by 365. Continuous operational markets. And as Professor Ravindra Raina also said, that we will be number 3 economy by 2028. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, madam, of coming and speaking here. Time was a constraint, and I tried to give as much as I can to the digital world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Sorry for interrupting you.
No
One
issue.
more time, we'll definitely call you because you have so many things to share, we know. But time is a constraint, and this digital platform again has a limitation, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, Matkar, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Manoj Sate sir, for your subject experts and professional knowledge. You are entitled these sessions on focused on digital environment and capital market in India. Personalized physical presence is required in a digital environment. Why digital is arise due to effect of technology where tools, speeds and adaptability is one of the important aspect of a change taking place. We also covered a digital journey of capital market in the pre and post 2000 and new normal set after COVID. Lots of challenges and opportunities are there for particularly digital and digital environment where the changes taking place because of adaptability, cost that we can savings, regulations and management of risks. Such a huge you can say topic as well as you can say that the information you shared on this particular platform. So once again, thank you on behalf of our management and Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So we have last guest speaker of the session on NEP and environment of this, Dr. Suchitra Naik, principal from Doshi Bedekar College. I briefly introduce about Madam. One second, sorry. Yeah. In her introduction, her qualification, education qualification, PhD, MA, and PG.
Sir, just one liner, so I can start with my presentation, please.
All right, ma'am.
We all are teachers, I suppose.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You can start, ma'am.
Yes.
No issue. Yeah. I'll just gonna stop the sharing. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. Carry.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
You can start the session, ma'am.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam. You are audible.
Yes. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, respected principal.
Yes, presentation is visible, but you are not.
No, it's okay. I mean, presentation is more important. Okay. Now? Yes.
Yes.
Respected principal of Advocate V.B. Deshpande College of Commerce, Knight. I really congratulate you, madam, for thinking of such a relevant theme for your international conference, and also, great stalwarts who have spoken here before, Brain Panchanatham, then Professor Ravindra Reina, subject expert Mr. Manoj Sathe, and all my teacher colleagues and dear students who are present over here. I would be speaking mainly on ODL, as you can ODL. So, in the light of NEP. Now, the basic aim and objective of NEP 2020 is reaching education and higher education to maximum number of people, or rather to have universal access of education to all youth. Now, this is one of the objectives of NEP 2020. Second vision, very important vision of NEP, is to transform the field of education. Now, I think this word transformation is the key word as far as our NEP is concerned. So, being philosophy person, I thought, we should take a cursory view of transformation which has happened throughout the world in different examples, through education. Now, here very briefly, I would like to mention a few educational experiments which have been conducted by great educationists and how the nationwide change was seen. Now, first amongst them would be, I'm quoting this example, Paulo Freire, who started a teaching program for, literacy teaching program for laborers, and through that, the whole movement in Brazil was built, and it totally changed the face of Brazil, and ultimately democracy established in Brazil. And according to Paulo Freire, this could become possible only because of right type of education. Even Illich, more and more we compartmentalize education, more and more we formalize education, more and more we are likely to lose on the spirit of education. And he wrote this book and gave the concept of deschooling society. Okay, commerce students, why they shouldn't know about Shakespeare and Sant Tukaram. That was the theme line actually, which was proposed by Ivan Illich. And I suppose NEP is exactly trying to propose the same. Coming to Indian land, we all know these two great stalwarts who have dedicated their lives for education, modern national education, and both of them were of the opinion that unless and until you change the education, no transformation is possible. So, Bal Gangadhar Tilak and Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, since we are in Maharashtra, I thought we have to, any discussion, any discourse on education cannot happen without taking the name of these stalwarts who made education in Maharashtra very different at the backdrop of national freedom movement, and they connected it with that, especially Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and who, as a woman, we all owe a lot to this couple, obviously to Mahatma Jyotiba Phule and Savitribai Phule. Now, again, the theme is transformation can be brought only through education. Now, Nai Talim, the experiments in Nai Talim of Mahatma Gandhiji, it casts a spell on the entire world, okay, not only on India. And he said, if you are spending even a single minute where you are not occupied, then perhaps you are wasting your life. That's what he said. Now, I have taken these two quotations on purpose, maybe I'll be able to connect them at the end of my presentation. Now, to have a wider perspective of what is happening today, now actually very good, kind of, you can say, this kind of platform created by all the former speakers who said today we are not talking of choice, this is good or bad. The technology, the AI has already come in education. But to have a kind of wider perspective, we need to think about these concepts. What is teaching? What is learning? Can learning happen without teaching? And what is transformation? Is the aim of learning always transformation? Or learning, the word learning can be used in how many ways? Of course, there are various shades of learning. It may be skill learning, it may be learning of virtues, or it may be just imbibing information. Now, so to have a wider perspective today, through online learning teaching, the world दुनिया आई मुट्ठी में kind of experience we all are having, and post COVID or during COVID we all had this experience, as Mr. Manoj Sathe mentioned. Okay, so we all know it. Now the time has come, ODL, which open and distance learning we are talking about, we're talking about Coursera, MOOCs, where there is no face-to-face interaction, and yet we aim to have this kind of learning. So I will not go into the depth of it, because by now we all know what is ODL. Now obviously the advantages and all, if we'll go to see, it has started long back in 1962 in India, when UGC recognized course was started by Delhi University, which was called as correspondence course. Now here, it was so old. Now I also remember one of the aims or purpose of University of Mumbai affiliated colleges was to have online exams as a part of system. Now it was 5 years plan, but it brought it so early that we all were forced to take exams. COVID forced us to take, and we were able to do that. So it started in 1962. We are in 2023 today. Today it has flourished so much. Today it has become part and parcel of our system. Now, obvious advantages of ODL are, if one word we will take, the flexibility which it is providing, and flexibility is one of the core values of NEP. So I get flexibility of teacher and student, teacher in one course, maybe student in the other course, and who can be my teacher. There are also possibilities. I get flexibility of modality, time, admission criteria, quality attainment. I can go with my own pace. I need not compete with the class. So these are obvious advantages of ODL. Now, see, the thing is, we have already shifted to online mode. Online mode, we supply chains, we have accepted, we have created certain standards for the same. Online exam, I just gave you the example. There also we have proctoring or competitive exams. It is being done in a very, very professional way. Now therefore the question is, there is still a kind of what you can say, there is a kind of worry in mind of anxiety in mind of academicians as well as students. Can true education really happen through ODL? Okay, so we need to address this anxiety. This is what I feel, and on the basis of that, I have made this presentation. Now, as far as whether true learning is happening or no, in order to know that, we need to have certain well spelled out conditions. Now, what are these conditions? Here, the pupil and one who created the course or the teacher in ODL, have to both maintain the seriousness of education. The intention of the learner should be very clear, whether he or she wants to imbibe the information, imbibe the skill, or imbibe the conversation, create the discourse. What is the intention behind taking a particular ODL, or for that matter any other online exercise in education? That one should be very clear about. One should have compassion. The teacher, the giver and taker, and giver and taker coming on the same platform, they should have compassion. It has to be outcome based. Techno proficiency has to be there. New norms and virtue ethics will play a great role over here, because we need to develop new ethical norms as far as ODL and online teaching learning is concerned. So kind of online regulatory, which is already there in place as far as AICT is concerned, UGC is concerned. But if we want to spread, then maybe if new platforms at local and global level are to be created, then we have to be very careful about this online regulatory and continuous quality assurance and enhancement regulation as well. So as far as ODL is concerned, there are pretty many challenges. What kind of discipline is required? What if there are technology glitches? What if there is lack of, there is no feedback. There is lack of feedback. So even if at the lack of feedback as well, how we can continue with certain programs, certain courses, that needs to be seen. As Manoj sir pointed out, there are bound to be distractions. In fact, MHRDC, our course is just happening in our college with MHRDC, and we all know how HRDC is very strict. Though you are online, your camera has to be on, and continuous questions are asked. So how we can kind of control these distractions. There has to be way to do it. So there has to be, we have to create a kind of balance. Inability to create balance can be a big challenge as far as ODL is concerned, or any other online teaching learning is concerned. Similarly, lack of social interaction, as I think, I suppose, Panchanathan sir mentioned about it, the connect. It's not to replace the teacher, but it is to imbibe the skill, what it is exactly. So social interaction cannot be, just online cannot replace social interaction. So what we can do about that? We need to think, we need to create it, we need to be innovative and creative about it. And the most important thing is highly motivated learner. But I suppose that is the starting point of every educational endeavor. If the learner is not motivated, it's not possible. See, the simple saying, we can take horse to the water, that we experience in physical class as well. Students are physically present, sometimes they are not mentally alert and present. So I think whatever mode may be, the most basic thing is the learner has to be highly motivated and should have clear goal and intention as far as learning is concerned. Now, just one more angle I would like to add over here as far as ODL is concerned. See, India is a land of variety. The world is also, of course, world, there are so many things. So I have taken these examples. For example, during COVID, I myself attended one course from New York on philosophical praxis. It was very serious kind of discussion. Every evening, 7 p.m. we used to gather together, philosophical counselors. So it's a new profession in philosophy, or having cutting edge with philo and psycho, and we thoroughly enjoyed. Now today about IKS, about human values, HRDC programs, which are happening quite seriously. So, what is there in one corner of India, it can be learned by someone else. Okay, so an artist from Maharashtra can know Madhubani Shaili, or artists from Madhya Pradesh or Orissa can know about Varli painting or mandala art, so on and so forth. So what is happening at one corner of the world can happen at national level as well as at global level. That is, I suppose, the biggest strength of ODLs. So this is just example, but at the same time, as it has been mentioned by former speakers, I would like to, I have kept this empty on purpose. We have to think about certain things with clarity. When do we say the learning has taken place? I am online, other 39 participants are online. So will we say that yes, it has taken place, or how we will spell out the conditions? If it is outcome based, how innovatively we will craft those, or spell out the outcomes, and how we will assess them, how we will evaluate whether learning has taken place or no. All these things matter a lot. So actually NEP has given us guidelines, enough food for thought, enough food for creativity. Now it's duty of academicians, it's duty of all the stakeholders of the society. If we want our children to have demonstrable skills, okay, so, and the bridge between theory and practice, if we want our youngsters, the youngest nation we are boasting today, we are a young nation of the world because demography wise. So if we want our young population to be equally learned, then we need to think and create the targets for youngsters. Maybe may it be online platform, may it be ODL, may it be MOOC, may it be physical, or as madam has coined, Phygital. So whatever it may be, but we need to spell it out, and unless and until we spell out, when we can say that learning has really taken place. Okay, so that is what I wanted to say about. Obviously, ODL is very important. It has very special place in higher education across the globe. I got to know that 39 billion $39 billion, I wouldn't say business, but this is this is what Harvard has done in past 2 years. So with so much of ODL, which is becoming a kind of emerging market as well, see advantages. There can be enhanced GR, gross enrollment ratio, and as I told you about Ivan Illich, who talks about deschooling society, who talks about deschooling society. So he talked about creating funnels. So I want to know something about financial markets, I want to invest something, then I do that type of particular course. So if someone wants to know about ethics, they do some course in ethics or whatever, or psychology, so on and so forth. Now, all this ultimately will help in democratization of higher education, which I think is a precondition of sailing smooth of democracy in India, which is again the largest democracy of the world. Okay, so I think this was my take on ODL. I hope I have not extended my time limit. These are a few references, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to philosophize and share my thoughts with all of you. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Matkar sir, you are mute. Matkar sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Suchitra Naik, Madam, for your valuable advice and professional knowledge about the new education policy and online distance learning. Madam, you covered the aims and objectives of NAP 2020. You also focused on the transformation of education with reference to the foreign philosopher comparing to the other Indian Lokmanya Tilak and Mahatma Phule about the will and empowerment of education, which is real practical education. And today we are thinking about the phygital. 100% it is relevant to education that the physical environment. You also talk about that wider perspective of digital learning, where you covered the online distance learning, its advantage, requirement, purposes, beneficiaries and regulators, and also you covered the challenges. You also gave a very good example, that is India is a land of variety of educational values, which is really important for today's era. And also you covered the outcome-based education, performance-based education, and theories are important. Ma'am, on behalf of our management and Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Have a nice day.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Now, after this thought-provoking first part of our international conference, now we are moving on to the paper presentation through our technical sessions. I would like to inform all the participants that technical session 1 will continue on the same link, and link for the technical session 2 has already been posted in our WhatsApp group. I would like to request the paper presenters from technical session 2 to join that link. Now, we do have the resource person for technical session 1, Dr. Milind Marathe sir with us. Sir, with your kind permission, we can start with the technical session. Can we?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yes, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to welcome the resource person for our technical session 1, Dr. Milind Marathe sir, and all the paper presenters from across the world to this technical session 1. It is indeed my pleasure to introduce a very profound and academician and scholarly professor, Dr. Milind Marathe sir, for this session. Sir has more than 26 years of experience and has been working as a PhD guide of Savitribai Phule Pune University in marketing management. Sir has also worked as a reviewer on International Journal of Technology Transfer and Commercialization, which is listed in Australian Business Team Council Journal rankings. He is currently working as a subject expert at different institutes like Sinhagad Institute, AISSM, Zeal Institute, and Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith Pune. As a resource person, Sir has significantly contributed in the revision of syllabus framing. As a writer, he has 4 books at his credit to name Sales Management, Product Brand Management, Contemporary Market Research, MCQs for MBA Semester 3 Marketing Management. He has been invited as a resource person to deliver special talks by institutes like Pratibha Institute of Management, Lonavala, Science and Technology Park, Pune, and many more. And dear friend, this list goes on and on. Sir, it is indeed our privilege to have you with us as a chairperson for Technical Session 1. We all are looking forward to hear from you at the end of the paper presentation, and your general recommendations and remarks on papers will help us to improve us in the future. Now, with the kind permission of our chairperson, we will start with the paper presentations. But before we begin, I would like to remind all the participants to please stick with the time limit. That is Mrs. Abhadote ma'am from Thakur Shamanarayan Degree College. Her topic is the onset of Internet of Things application. Ma'am, if you are with us, then you can start your screen sharing. Mrs. Abhadote ma'am. Okay. Okay, then before I begin, I will read out the order of the paper presenters. The list was already displayed in the group, so paper presenters must be aware about it. But once again, I will read it. We'll start with Mrs. Abhadote ma'am, then Dr. Rucha Naik, then Ms. Shivani Rai, then Dr. Mrs. Varsha Ganatra and Ms. Mahika Shah, then Ms. Bertila Alfonso, then Dr. Milind A. Dua, then Mrs. Preeti Savle, then Ms. Shweta Gare, then Mrs. Sonam Singh, then Mr. Nilesh Kumar Agarwal, then Dr. Parampreet Singh, and then last, Mrs. Uma Trivedi. So I request everyone to be ready with their PPTs and they can start sharing their PPTs once their name has been announced. If a particular paper presenter is absent at the moment when his name is called, then only with the permission of our chairperson we can take it at the end if time permits. So once again, I would request Mrs. Abhadote ma'am, if she is with us. Okay, we will move on then. Dr. Rucha Naik ma'am from KJ Somaya College of Science and Commerce.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, perfect. If you want to share your screen, you can.
Yes. Just a minute. Is my screen visible, sir?
Not, ma'am, not yet.
Just a minute, let me share again. Is it visible now?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay.
You can go to slideshow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, SARVAJANIK SHIKSHAN SANSTHA, V.B.DESHPANDE College for inviting me. आणि मला सांगण्यास फार आनंद होतोय आणि अभिमानही वाटतोय की याच संस्थेची जी शाळा आहे नलिनीबाई पुरंदरे त्याची मी माझी विद्यार्थिनी आहे 1994 बॅचची. तर मला ही कॉन्फरन्स प्रत्यक्ष तिथे येऊन अटेंड करायलाही आवडली असती. So moving on, so my topic is transforming blended learning, a phygital approach for educational enhancement. So in my topic, in today's presentation, we will cover following points. So I'll introduce today's topic, and this paper includes, we'll just see the history of technology in education, then we'll see the core idea about blended learning, different models will be discussed, then the essence of virtual classroom in pandemic, and then we'll see the actual challenge, that is need to reshape this blended learning as a phygital learning. Yes. So this topic, as like all the invited speakers were discussing since morning, so we know की the traditional chalk and talk approach has to be integrated with the online resources, because we have to take help of the digital era, and we have to integrate, because the learners has to be digitally smart also. So this concept of blended learning came with this only. Blended learning started taking help of this technology. And then we started how this physical learning it completely transformed online learning as the pandemic hit the whole world, and each and every teacher had to engage the students with the course content through this online. Then while doing this, uh, everyone was in a virtual world. So with the closure, this pandemic sustained, and then we have came back to the face-to-face learning era. Then we saw we have as a teachers, as the educators, saw the adverse effects in this among the student, like to align them to the face-to-face learning. So various skills like social interaction, hands-on lab skills, problem skills were affected. So now we have to take help of this digital learning. To, this whole process has to be upgraded, because we do not want to lose basic skills of social interaction, hands-on also, and we do not want to lose this technological help also. So now there is a challenge for the educators to remodel this blended learning pedagogy into this digital learning. So we'll just take a quick review of this history of education. So as we are aware, ancient knowledge delivery system, it was just like spoken word, and student were just memorizing the things. So that was the education system in the ancient era. Then technology started intervening this education with printing technology, and now this standardized education material, that is books, they were widespread and they were easily available. So after that, then the blackboard were started using around 18th century. So now this teacher started visually presenting the information, and here the chalk and talk method started, which was easy. And then 20th century started with all the broadcasting and the technology. So visual and auditory learning experiences also started. So the information which was passed only through this kind of two-dimensional chalk and talk, now it has one other visual and auditory learning experience also started. Then overhead projected also started using, and then came the general availability of the computers, where the online learning started. So this is the era we are in, where the blended learning pedagogy emerged. So blended learning, basically what exactly it is, blend the technology with the face-to-face learning. And it is not just, it has this key, we have to take help of the flipped classroom. Earlier in traditional method, students were just the listeners, and teachers used to assign them some homework activity. But then flipped classroom, here this concept started, educator will pass them some material, and they will do some homework before coming to the class, and then with the class, that student centric learning, and teacher will be just an observer. So here this material, study material, given well in advance. So here the technology was very much helpful by when we were passing the study material to them. And also it helped student for this collaboration also. Collaboration were also taken help with the technology, with various modes, so like WhatsApp, messaging, or the online learning LMS platforms. Students used to interact with each other. But still, before pandemic, yeah, just not to mention, forgot to mention the virtual simulations and labs. So this also instead of like doing practical directly by coming to the lab, they used to teacher used to give them some simulation work. They used to get it well in advance so that they can make out what are the observations, what are the graphs to be done, and what are the calculations, so that they will be like just for hands-on. They will be coming well prepared for the lab session. But still, some research also we can see before pandemic, I especially say blended learning. There are various research materials are available how it is successful for understanding and like for collaboration. Also, how the peer-to-peer learning is also successful. So many research articles are available, but still the percentage of usage was less before pandemic, because one it is like one has to spend a huge amount of time to create those digital contents, and then those contents were there. YouTube was there already available, but each and every teacher was not that much keen to visit that YouTube channel for that particular our subject. So obviously, and many students were also not having that facility with them, internet problem, smartphone problem. So it was not compulsive before pandemic, but the lockdown scenario, it made the thing that one has to, the whole education sector has to shift to the virtual classroom mode. So so many virtual classes took help of this Zoom, Google Meet, Micro. This is different platforms were available. Then the whole learning material and the assignments, quizzes, everything was integrated in this Moodle platform. So education material, assignments, so all resources, all the notes, they were available for the teacher through this online mode. So and the another thing is, what has happened is, it was not necessary for synchronous, that means teacher will be there and one has to go on one to one, because many student has net connectivity issues also. So asynchronous learning was also one aspect for that virtual classroom. Teacher used to send them all the material, and then with their own pace, that means whenever the net is available, they have to finish the activity, assignment, and then teacher will evaluate, and they will be having the interaction. So this thing added the advantage amongst the student. Students were also digital literacy skills were developed, and so that for today's digital age, this also a one added skill which acquired by the students. Okay, but all this has some like negative implications also amongst the student, because their daily lifestyle changed. Because doing this, students started spending a huge amount of time in this virtual world. So that's our topic actually. So one should not miss this also, how it has affected. So what has happened is, education institute, it is not just for the subject or teaching, it is like holistic development has to be considered. So this device which they were handling, they, although we were saying it was peer learning and all, but still there was this digital gap in between. So this unfavorable shifts amongst the student was observed by the educationist. So various research articles are available on the net about this, how it is creating learning gaps. So specifically for this practical skills, problem solving skills. So although they were they got evaluated in some online methods, but still the academic skills were not up to the marks. And this was obviously because of the interruptions, because the device which they were handling has enormous distractions in that. So this also led to actually inabilities to interact and build a proper relationship amongst the peer group. Although they were socially active, but when the post-pandemic, when college reopened, this team building capacities were they were suffered like anything. So yes, and this all has happened. We know this is because of the distractions, the reduced attention spans, and they were not able to focus for 50 minutes lecture continuously. So this negative and positive adverse effect which were observed, we can make out that this has student has suffered mentally and physically, as physical health also suffered because of this virtual learning. So, and what exactly happened is here this digital technology will take over, because the thing was, although we were spending much time in developing the contents, giving them the material, but there was not proper guidance how to use this material available. As we are aware, just like we also now are little used to about it, but thing is, if you are having any doubt, just Google it, find it in Wikipedia. But identifying the quantity and quality material and how to utilize them, so that all the students are lagging in that skill. They are having huge material available. Hello.
Ma'am, one more minute, ma'am.
Yes. I'll finish. So here, this is affecting their completing the coursework. So here there are challenge for the digital learning. So what we need to do, we as educators, we need to remodel this blended learning which is already there, so that the percentage of physical or face-to-face learning will be more and technical help will be less, because we are not just teaching them the subject or the academic skill. We have to see the whole self-learning and self-paced online courses is not going to help them to handle the stresses or take decision making, also the interpersonal relations. So all these aspects of life has to be taken care when we will reshape this blended learning method. So as we are aware that recently UNESCO has released this. Yes, we need to teach children to live both with and without technology, to take what they need from the abundance of information, but to ignore what is not necessary. So to let technology support, but never supplant the human interaction in teaching and learning. So we have to emphasize on this point that technology is just a resource. It is not a complete education system. We need a more balanced and holistic approach, so that all this as a holistic development of the student will not be suffered, but it will be enhanced. So that is a huge challenge as an educator with all of us. So that's it. Thank you from my side. I hope I am in time.
Thank you, ma'am. Topic was wonderful. It is good to have you again back with us, at least in the virtual mode, being
Yes,
an
sir.
alumni of this Samstha.
Yes, sir.
Once again, I would like to request everyone to please stick to the time limit. We do have around 12 to 13 paper presenters, and we don't want to go beyond time. So thank you, Ruchana ma'am. Now we are moving on to the next paper presenter, Ms. Shivani Rai ma'am. She is from Savitribai Phule Pune University. Ma'am, you can share your screen now. Thank you.
Sir, just a question.
Yes, sir.
Do we have questions after the every presenter, or we'll have it in the end?
We can have it in the end. Sir, you can take a call. We do have a time constraint, so it is up to you, sir, as you suggest.
Hello, very good morning to all. Sir, am I audible?
Ma'am, just a minute.
Yeah, just a minute. Sir, can you please repeat? Somehow I had muted my phone. Yeah. We'll have questions in the end.
We can have questions in the end, sir. Or you can, it is up to you, sir. Whatever you decide will follow. No issues.
Okay. Because I had one or two questions for the first presenter. So
Okay,
I
then
thought
we
I'll
can.
finish up and then. Yeah.
Rucha Naik, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shivani, ma'am, can you just wait for a couple of minutes? Sorry.
Sir?
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, madam. It was a good presentation and
Thank you, sir.
a very good topic. Almost all the aspects you have covered. But since we are into phygital world, this is very complex concept. I just wanted to know your views. In fact, these are the challenges.
Yes.
Views about the proliferation of MOOC courses. So there are so many massive open online courses which are available.
Yes.
So in terms of learners, there are multiple options and
Yes.
there are better options at time.
Yes.
So what are your comments on either changes in terms of pedagogy or methods for ensuring learners engagement in the new system?
Yes. So, sir, we as I'm from Science College. I'm from Physics Department, KG Somaya Science College. So here we have added a must SWAYAM NPTEL course as a credit course. But as what we are seeing is percentage of enrollment in the course and percentage of passing in the course is really there is a huge gap in between. What is happening is all these learners they are when they are doing the main core course also and this SWAYAM and NPTEL course also, all the students are not getting benefited. So what we did is like from our college, what we did is okay, it is not mandatory you pass all the evaluations or all the end exam for that SWAYAM or NPTEL courses. So what we did is even if you are successful in submitting the internal assessment which they are evaluating, then also we will consider it. So that is an example how we can we can curtail the percentage because each and every student will not be able to take advantage of courses. So yes, MOOC courses for some part of learning it's fine. Especially I would say for those who are programming based or such concepts, they will master in that purpose. But when it is coming to hands-on or lab skill, so they are actually impossible with only the online MOOC courses. So this way I can suggest some some shift some changes in the internal evaluation pattern or can curtail the percentage. That is what I want to say here with this phygital, since the term has physical first and digital later. So physical you give more credits and digital you give lesser credits. So that we cannot ignore and we have to, because we ourselves we want our student to be digitally smart. But when we are making them digitally smart, they should not that human interpersonal relation, because we are seeing this amongst all our surroundings, how they are engrossed in the virtual world. So we have to we have still our as a teacher we have that huge responsibility to take them out and interact more. So that is our responsibility. So that's what I want to say, or I can few suggestion I can give.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. In terms of generations, we have different generations right now. So not only the college students, because the learners come from different strata and different age groups now. That is again an effect that everyone has started on the learning curve. So in terms of generation, Gen Y or Gen Z or Gen Alpha, what will be the classification of these platforms? I mean, where it will be more phygital, more digital? Your comments?
Yes, sure, sir. Because Gen Z, which is we are facing them. We are seeing they a huge part of their life started with the technology itself. Not to mention, they started handling the smartphone in very young age. So, but our generation, we are Gen X and the before we have come from that huge background where we had the physical interaction. Since we remember our teachers, where they although maybe they were not that all great teaching, but that interpersonal relations were so good. But this generation, since the technology, they are growing with the technology, so there we should physical should be different. And since our generation, since we are aware how this physical interaction is must. So and for them also, when since you are mentioning MOOC for a elder person, or let us say take an example for corporate world, what we see, they mostly have their training online. But since they are now they are very much focused, okay, for this job purpose they have to gain this skill, so they will complete it with that amount of whatever the target time which is given. But you can't expect the same from a 10th or 12th student, or even nowadays like for a graduate, okay, for this, because now like everything is like if I gain this skill for corporate world, okay, or even like in a government sector also, if I am not gaining this skill, I will not get the increment or something kind of that. But here the same logic will not be applied, will not be applicable for the students. So for them they will just wander around all the distractions. So that's why that focusing, that self-paced learning is not that successful for that age group. So there we have to curtail that self-learning courses. We should not have more for this Gen Z, I should say. I hope I'm clear.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, with your permission, we'll move on to the next paper presenter. So,
Yes, sir, sure.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So now again, I would like to request Ms. Shivani Rai, ma'am, from Savitribai Phule University to present her paper. Now you can share your screen now.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Okay. I hope my slides are okay with you.
Yes, ma'am. Your slides are also visible.
A very good morning to all. My name is Shivani Rai and I am a research scholar from Savitribai Phule University. The title of my research paper is Envision, Engage, Empower, Forging Inclusive and Legal Phygital Realms Through Challenges and Breakthroughs. The research method that I used for this paper is totally based on secondary data collection from both unpublished and published sources. Let me start by giving a brief introduction about the topic. Phygital, as the name suggests, is the blending of physical and digital realms, making it a phygital realm as a whole. This blend creates new possibilities for inclusivity and legality in the novel environment. It creates social, technological, and governance advancement. Now, to fully understand the impact of inclusive and legal phygital realms, it is important to delve into the concept of accessibility and its influence on individuals and communities. This includes examining how different groups, such as people with disabilities, different skills, or those from marginalized backgrounds who have not enough literate, can navigate and participate in these spaces. So, such a very strategic idea I would like to share here is envisioning inclusive and legal phygital realms. Here we can create spaces with seamless integration of physical and digital elements that will cater to diverse needs and preferences, including those with disability. This includes incorporating universal design principles and emerging technologies like augmented reality, voice recognition, designers, etc. So engaging. The word engagement refers to an increase in people's participation. We can make these physical spaces also accessible to individuals with different disabilities, communities, or different, I would say, we'll be able to create more inclusive society. We can achieve this by implementing technologies such as screen readers, voice recognition software, and tactile feedback devices that enable individuals with disabilities to navigate and interact with both physical and digital environment. This approach not only promotes inclusivity but also enhances usability and overall user satisfaction. Now, to understand empowering, it is crucial for fostering a sense of independence and empowerment among the citizens. By incorporating features that I have already suggested, like tactile feedback and voice commands, the individuals of different community can actively participate in physical realms and have more control over their experiences. This not only enhances their overall engagement, but also promotes equal opportunities for self-expression and personal growth. By breaking down barriers and providing accessible tools, designers can empower different individuals to navigate and thrive within the physical world, thus ensuring that no one is left behind in the age of technological advancement. This is to enable people to take an active part in the digital world. It is essential to develop digital literacy and to create an inclusive design principle. Now, to conclude, I would like to say that Envision, Engage, and Power strategy offers a strategic roadmap by encouraging stakeholders to work together and empower people to control their own experiences in a future where equitable physical and digital convergence occurs. Thus, to ensure that the fusion of these realms enhances inclusivity and respects legal requirements, the journey calls for ongoing conversation, ethical vigilance, and cooperative efforts. Here are the references that I have used for my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Marathi sir.
Good paper and different concept. Can you elaborate on the legal phygital aspects?
Sir, the chances that we are seeing that there are many invasion, I would say, the encroachment in the legal aspects are taking place, like deep fakes. People are trying to create a mood like the more we are getting involved into digital arena, the more chances of getting the people rights the encroachment of people rights would increase. So the legality and the overall the securement of this the realm, the digital realm, should be taken into consideration.
Fine. How would you suggest a migration from physical to digital in terms of achieving the 3 E's which you have mentioned? How do that migration happen with the fast change of technology?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat?
Hello. Yeah. See, what I am interested in knowing is how do we have a smooth migration from physical to digital and in the process achieve the 3 E's which you have mentioned, that is envision, engage, and empower.
Sir, like I said in my presentation, that all these aspects include like envisioning, like we are trying to create a vision from where people will interact through this digital world. Will be having some interfaces, user interfaces. So this is like some apps. The very basic example we can say that through apps we are interacting. Like through Google Meet, we are having this. We are envisioning our this conference through this Google Meet. So and thus by envisioning, we are also increasing the participation. Thus we are engaging also, and by making it more accessible to people, we are empowering people. So this is the whole strategy that I am suggesting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Now moving on to the next paper presenter. Next paper is from Dr. Mrs. Varsha Ganatra and Ms. Mahika Shah ma'am. Mahika Shah ma'am will present the paper. Both are from Vivekananda Education Society's College of Arts, Science and Commerce. Ma'am?
Yes, I'll just...
Yes. Your screen is visible.
Yes. It's the technology of today that's shaping our future. Lastly, I would like to conclude that AI doesn't replace our creativity, it empowers it. If we harness this potential only for seeking interactive help, GPT applications may not only fulfill the learner's unique requirements and preferences, but also improve the learning experience of the user. Thank you so much for sparing your precious and valuable time with us. Any questions you would like to ask?
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Yes, I do have some questions. Very interesting topic and actually raises so many questions. Few technical questions Uh, I just wanted to know whether you have a technical background.
No, no, no. Like chat gpt, and there are various different gpt platforms which are growing. There were few specialized gpt apps also which like people aren't aware, so I tried to put this topic.
Okay, okay. Because see, in GPT we have GPT-1, GPT-2, and GPT-3. So the recent development is GPT-3, wherein the number of parameters have increased to around 175 billion. These are the parameters which it offers. So it is almost neural network. So are you aware about concept of neural network, or have you come across?
I will definitely study about it.
Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Secondly, a very common question. Be a hindrance and GPT can be an encouragement, both. So how one should use GPT for enhancement rather than hindrance in the learning process?
Yes, so like as every coin has two sides, similarly, like if we use GPT constantly, then we will become dependent on such GPT platforms, and there will be people who can misuse it also. Like, for example, they use to gain some information, and they will submit it or share it by saying that it's their write-ups or thoughts. But there can we must use it, it's on us, like we must use it as a tool for that will help us, and we should use it like an assistant. Like we should continue our all talents and creativity and skills, along with we should seek help from the gpt applications for increasing our learning.
Fine. Again, second question is how would one ensure the credibility of the data? Because like we always say, Wikipedia is like a blog. So anyone can come out with a GPT application, but how one can verify the authenticity and credibility of the data?
So, like sometimes, of course, we are so used to technology. Most of us use technology and we just copy paste it. We have the habit. Now there are certain plagiarism tests also by which the whole like PDF or the whole documents are scanned, and they check that it is copied or not. So like that, there are certain softwares also, and if we like, it's not that always we will again be dependent on the software. If we ourselves will try to read the information, we can try to make out that this can be copied or not. So it's our intelligence also which will guide us that this can be taken from some websites or other like books and all.
Yeah, there was a news that when ChatGPT came in, there was a version which was developed for teachers to find out whether students have used these tools while writing assignments, or whether they have done any cheating in terms of their academic assignments. So are you aware about any tools?
Yes, so as I mentioned, there are plagiarism tools, even like that. There are softwares which whereby you can see that this is used by GPT platforms or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now we are moving on to the next paper presentation. Miss Bertila Alfonso from HR College of Commerce and Economics. You can share your screen. You are on mute. You can unmute yourself. Can you just check your audio, ma'am?
Now?
No, your voice is not clear.
It did not initially put any restrictions, so I got like a few responses from out of India as well, but I realized that they were pretty well advanced in what they were doing. They were pretty like well aware of everything, and when I had asked for others option as well for other other softwares that they know of, they had named a few that even I had to research about. So I restricted it only in India so that we can know, at least in us, how much we can improve. So these are all college professors from 11th standard onwards till I have masters as well and bachelors. I realize I have not included the demographic profile, but I do have it with me as well. These are ranging from 20 to 40 years of age.
20 to 40. Fine. Let me go back to the five. In the introduction slide, you had 5 tools. The 5th tool was emphasis on providing quality education. And then it was talking about employment and entrepreneurship. So, can you elaborate on these aspects? Technical and vocational skills for employment and entrepreneurship. So, how would you do it?
You're talking about introduction 5th point, emphasis on providing quality education to learners of all ages, including technical and vocational skills for employment and entrepreneurship. So basically in today's world, if you see, we have progressed a lot. There's technology involved in everything. So the more aware we make the students about the different technologies that are there, how to use them and how not to depend upon them as well, but instead use them for the betterment, okay, and not just to depend more on it and to like let technology do your work for you, but instead use it for so basically this is one point in my paper wherein too much usage of ICT, there's something known as a graphing calculator, wherein you input the equations and it gives you the answer. Now, for purpose of visualizing it, it's amazing. But the moment you use that in examinations and stuff, the students are going to be using it in order to get the graphs and not really understand how to get it. So, along with using this to teach them what the concepts are, we also should be involved in teaching them that dependence on technology altogether is not good. Okay, we should be able to learn to use technology for betterment, and I think the moment we are able to instill such values in the students, they are able to better the world using technology in today's generation, and definitely be able to find different ways in which they can make themselves more employable, and will be able to there's so much knowledge in the world. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of I've met a lot of students who already have their own businesses, okay, so they are entrepreneurs already, and they definitely use a lot of technology to do that. But to be completely dependent on that, I think that is one learning we can take from the paper. This is my understanding.
Okay. Going back to your data analysis and finding, wherein it interestingly says, of course, I mean, it is true, years of experience versus frequency. So the younger teachers or those with less experience are using ICT, and those with more experience are slightly reluctant to use. But that was one. And the second slide says, does the college provide access to ICT resources? And you are saying that if there is more access provided, then the frequency can increase, right?
Correct.
So how do you link this first and second? Because I'm interested in knowing the sample size in the data analysis part. Because if there are more young teachers included in your sample, then naturally this is logically correct. The second observation is correct, because they will be more receptive to use of technology.
Correct.
And then the accesses. But if there are more teachers with an average experience, then I'll be interested in knowing the analysis of this Pearson correlation.
I agree, sir. One of the drawbacks in my particular research is that I was not able to gain a lot of people. I wanted it to be a little more uniform, especially in getting the responses. In order to get more responses, at least my target was 100, but it was difficult. I understood it was difficult to get responses in the amount of time. So yes, absolutely, sir, your idea of less number of faculties who have more experience have actually responded. True, sir.
Okay. And the last slide which you say, how do you do it? Because technology will never replace a great teacher, agreed. But in hands of great teacher, it is transformational. But how? How can you make it transformational in the hands of a great teacher, irrespective of the frequency of years of experience, right?
I
Your
think
comments.
yes. So I think this is something that I have seen happen in my college, wherein we have now. I think this is the only college that I've seen has been using technology so much. Okay, we have a lot of lectures that are taken on. Like we have hybrid mode of teaching, wherein we teach in class and we have students sitting online as well with us. Along with that, we have something known as SLEs, in which students present online with us. Like they will give a presentation online and they will improve their skills of presentations as well. And these sort of activities are carried out throughout. So whether you're young or old, like as a faculty, whether you have more number of years of experience or less, everybody found it difficult initially because there's a lot of connectivity issues. There's a lot of how do we get used to the software and everything. So many questions. But what I seen was that the more you practice, no matter your age, no matter how many years of experience you have, everybody got kind of used to it. And now I see that even the ones who do not have that much experience with technology are able to know, okay, if I do this, this will happen. So as long as we are able to, also if we do have issues, we have people who are belonging to the IT field who are constantly there for our beck and call. Like if we have an issue, they are there. So that could be a part of the team who helps us to make it happen. It's not going to happen very easily. It's not going to happen very quickly. There will be a lot of hiccups along the way, but in education, at least we can do our best. We can try and inculcate such things, which will allow us to try to keep it uniform, basically. When we are inculcating something, it shouldn't just be like one faculty is inculcating some sort of ICT tool and technique in their teaching, but rather everybody should be taught how to do it. So FDPs could be kept for faculties. There could be training sessions. There could be people who are well versed with these things already, who will be by our sides while we do it. It'll take 2-3 tries. It'll take 4-5 tries, but we'll learn it, and side by side, everybody else will also learn it. And slowly and little by little, we'll be able to see a transformation. Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There is a request from Dr. Parampreet Singh to advance his number. He was scheduled to be presented a little later, but if sir permit, then we can take it ahead. There are other participants also, those who are managing their time, and they're taking time out for this presentation. So
shall you allow me to first finish mine, sir, because same is an issue with me also.
Yeah. That's what I told Parampreet Singh, sir, also, that that is the kind of issue that we are moving on. So we'll follow the schedule. So please excuse me for that. So now next I would like to call upon Dr. MULUND sir from KPJ Hinduja College of Commerce. Sir, you are visible. You can share your PPT.
Yeah,
you are audible also.
Yes, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. MULUND from KPB Hinduja College of Commerce. The research topic that I have chosen for this particular conference is a comparative study on branch-based banking and online banking in Mumbai. Now, if we talk about branch-based banking, that is basically the traditional banking system which we people have been using since years. And online banking, though willingly, unwillingly, but COVID has made it compulsion for us to accept it. And hopefully now we are more comfortable with online-based banking, considering or compromising somewhere with respect to the security concerns, etc. Now, this is the following reviews that I have done for my study. The research problem which I have identified is basically the complex interaction between the two banking models. And so there is a need to further investigate into the financial demands and preferences of the diverse Mumbai population, Mumbai being a metropolitan city with a diverse demographic profile among people. It becomes really essential to understand this complex interaction. The objective of the study, it aims to assess Mumbai's residents' ease and convenience in using branch-based and online banking services. The preferences based on demographic factors, that is age, gender, income, and technical aptitude, to identify the drawbacks and benefits of each banking model and enabling financial institutions and policymakers to adapt their service plans accordingly. These are the objectives. Now, two hypotheses were framed. The first is the demographic variables such as age, gender, and income have a significant impact on the selection of branch-based or online banking among the customers in Mumbai. Security concerns does not have any significant effect on the customer's choice among branch-based or online banking in Mumbai. This is the demographic profile of the respondents of my study. The four criteria were considered for the demographic issues, that is age, gender, income, and security concerns. The data analysis and interpretation, the hypothesis one were further classified into three categories based on the demographic profile of age, gender, and income. The p-value under the chi-square method was 0.001, which led to the rejection of the null hypothesis and acceptance of the alternative hypothesis. This means that age group and banking choice were statistically significantly correlated.
Hello, Milind.
Yeah, ma'am.
Hello, Milind.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you are not clearly audible.
Okay.
I think two gadgets you are working on. Your voice
no,
is
ma'am.
breaking. So
No,
please
no,
try
no.
to.
Not really, but just a second. Yeah.
No, you are audible. We are able to hear you nicely.
Okay. Okay. Which, ma'am, in that case, there is a possibility that there's an issue with your gadget.
Some problem, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just come
back. Yes, I got that.
Yeah. So I was just on the hypothesis one. So the first hypothesis, parameter of age, has already been analyzed. The second was understanding the relationship between the gender and the preferences of banking. Here also the p-value was identified to be 0.001, which means that the null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. The third parameter was the income level, how the income level and the preference of banking are significantly related. So here the ANOVA was used, the value was 6.83 and the p-value was 0.002, which led to a rejection of the null hypothesis once again and the acceptance of the alternative hypothesis. Thus, it could be said that age, gender, as well as income had a significant impact on the preferences of banking. The second was to identify the relationship between the banking mode and the security concerns. Here again, the chi-square technique was used. The p-value was identified to be 0.03, and thus the rejection of the null hypothesis and acceptance of the alternative hypothesis, which indicated that security concerns influence the consumer's decision between the two banking methods. The findings of the study reveals that 62% of the respondents prefer internet banking over traditional banking. But the most important thing to understand over here was with younger people, it showed a strong preference. Also, age, gender, and income level, we have already understood it through the research analysis part. Basically, it had a significant impact on the banking preference, with younger people favoring internet banking, accessibility, and convenience. Also, the respondents showed that females show a stronger propensity towards internet banking. The higher income respondents prefer internet banking, possibly due to increased exposure of technology. Security perceptions also play a significant role in banking decisions, because over there also the null hypothesis was rejected. The study highlights the importance of adopting digital solution for a techno-savvy population. Nowadays, if we see, we are basically facing the IGEN population, so they are more techno-savvy. So it is really important to have the physical branches for building trust simultaneously. Means we cannot just give up with the traditional banking system. If we talk about the suggestions of this study, The investigation revealed significant cybersecurity issues in internet banking, emphasizing the need for robust measures like advanced encryption, multi-factor authentication, and regular security audits to boost the consumer confidence. Institutions should adopt their banking offerings to cater the different demographic groups such as senior citizens seeking security education and younger tech savvy individuals seeking advanced digital product. This would be really favorable for the banking organizations. Hybrid strategy combining branch-based and internet banking can cater to diverse customer preferences, allowing customers to choose their preferred mode of engagement while enjoying digital platforms. So that would be really favorable. Institutions should implement digital literacy programs to bridge the digital divide and increase internet banking adoption, enhancing users' experience through workshops, maybe tutorial classes, or even user-friendly interfaces. Also, regularly engaging consumers through feedback channels and surveys provide real-time insights into changing preferences and concerns, enabling institutions to quickly modify their strategies to meet evolving consumer expectations. The banking institutions can enhance their digital innovation by partnering with technology providers to create user-friendly mobile applications or secure transaction platforms, and even AI-driven consumer care services. And finally, continuous research is crucial to stay updated with the evolving technology and client preferences, providing valuable insights into enduring trend and also simultaneously developing various patterns. So these are my suggestions of the study. These are the references I have referred to for my article. And thank you for the patience listening, and I'm open to the questions now.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Now, I'll request Milind Marathi, sir, for
Yes. Yeah. Dr. Milind Bua, interesting topic. It's a very interesting topic. I have so many questions, but maybe we'll cut it short. See, my first question is, I am interested in knowing what types of banks you have covered.
I have mainly focused on the nationalized banks because it is in continuation with my PhD thesis. So my thesis area was basically nationalized banks, and that too selected nationalized banks like State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, Union Bank, Canara Bank, and Bank of India. These are the 5 banks I have covered.
Okay. My second question is, you mentioned online. So have you also covered mobile banking?
Yes, sir.
As a part of online?
Yeah, online banking includes internet banking as well as mobile-based banking.
So you have included mobile-based banking also?
Yes.
Third is the geography of it, because it will again, the demographic part you have covered. So you have covered age, gender and income.
Yes.
But have you also thought of geography or in terms of their addresses while collecting the data, because different pictures can emerge from different geographies of Mumbai?
Yeah, I have covered up right from Dahisar to towards the south. It is up to Kulaba. Then over here it is from Mankurd, and it covers the entire coastal area of Bandra and everything. So the area was quite wide.
Okay, so any picture, I wanted to know whether any different pictures are emerging in terms of geography, in terms of adoption of branch or online. So for example, in X geography, online is more dominant. In Y geography, offline is more dominant.
Yeah, so I experienced that most of these South Mumbai areas over there, online banking was more dominant. Whereas in case of suburban areas like Dahisar, Kandivali, Malad, over there traditional based banking was more preferred than in case of online banking. Also towards Mankur, then on that area, basically the Dharavi area, over there also traditional banking was more preferred choice. So what I could understand from them, that is basically the Dharavi area, Mankur area is identified to be having a low literacy rate. So maybe they are more concerned about security concerns, and so they may not prefer to go with online banking as a mode of transacting.
Okay. Fine. Just share your thoughts about a concept called omni-channel. How do you look at omni-channel in relation to your topic? Because that is the in thing, today's thing. We are talking about omni-channel.
So omni-channel, I can say, is omnipresent. So it is really essential that we have both the things simultaneously present. We cannot give up the traditional based banking because of the growing era of the online banking, because finally traditional based banking is somewhere the security concerns would be more not at all being compromised. It will be taking care more of security issues. But yes, when we say about the ease and the convenience to use the transacting time, if we talk about, then in that case online banking will be a preferred choice. So it is really essential that the banks do not give up their traditional systems completely. Though it's been my experience that the number of staff in each branches, the number of branches everywhere has comparatively gone down, but it cannot be completely nullified.
Okay. I just have a question in terms of gender, because that's what has happened over a period of time. Banks like ICICI, HDFC, they have been more appealing to the youth rather than the middle and the older generation. So, is there any picture? Are they being part of your sample? Have you covered them?
Sir, they actually are not a part of my sample because they are basically private sector.
Private banks. Right,
Yeah.
right.
So I have restricted myself to nationalized only, and that to selected 5 nationalized banks.
5 banks. Okay, because a different picture can emerge. Because they have been quite modern, and in fact, ICICI have been an innovator in terms of adoption of ICT. So,
Yeah, basically they were the first one to come up with with directly account opening without
exactly.
Yes,
Without any pen and paper, everything is online. So that's what I was wondering, because then it will be a different comparison.
Yeah, even I have come across one bank that is DBS basically.
Yes.
So that is also one which initially when they started, they had 0 branches in India. So they completely started with the online platform.
Okay, good.
In fact, if we talk about this Equitas and all that, even they adopted the same pattern in the initial stages.
Okay. Fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Marathe sir. Marathe sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's a humble request, sir. Yeah, 6 more presentations are yet to
yes, madam.
Present their papers, and 3:30 we have valedictory. So please make general remarks and suggestions at the end.
No problem.
Instead of asking, multiple questions to the presenters. They come to know. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call upon the next paper presenter, Mrs. Preeti Savade, madam, from B.K. Birla College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Kalyan. Ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I am sharing the screen.
Yes.
Sir, is my screen visible?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Just a minute. I'm not able to share my screen. Because you are in.
It's okay, ma'am. If there is any technical issue, you can continue with your presentation.
Just let me try for a bit. Sorry, sir, I'm not able to share my screen, so I'll.
There is a rectangle with up arrow on it. You can click it on on that particular part and then go for the entire screen option. You need to select.
Yes, sir. But it is showing as your entire screen, a window, a tab. So I'm selecting on your entire screen, but the share button is not working.
You need to click on that window first, ma'am, the underneath.
Okay. Yes, yes.
Then it will be visible.
Is the screen visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible now. You can go for the. Yes, perfect. You're audible and your screen is also visible.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon to all the esteemed dignitaries present in the conference. Myself, Preeti Savle. I am working as assistant professor in the Department of Political Science of B.K. Birla College, Kalyan. The title of my research paper is Phygital Political System in India, Opportunities and Challenges. The advent of phygital era has transformed Indian democracy into a digital democracy. Since the early 2000s, political parties and political leaders in India initiated the use of digital pathways to reach to the potential voters. And gradually, during the last 2 decades, the phygital footprints of politics and governance system in India rapidly spread with the Digital India campaign and the social media boom. So the growing phygital footprints of politics and governance system in India, they are carrying India, or they are making India, or they are transforming India from local to global to digital to phygital. So there is a need to harness the opportunities of the phygital world and face the challenges involved in implementing a completely phygital political system in India in an inclusive way as well as in a responsible way. The phygital political landscape is currently growing fast, and it is having a great impact on the system of governance and the citizens' engagement in India. The present paper focuses to explore the growth and development of phygital political system in India. It aims to study the concept of phygital political system and examine how the integration of physical and digital elements in politics of the nation has changed the system of governance in India. It aims to study the digital strategizing of elections and the use of political marketing by the political leaders and political parties in India. And it also aims to analyze the opportunities and challenges before the Indian government as well as the Indian democratic system in the present phygital era. So let us understand what is phygital political system. The phygital political system involves the integration of digital technology into the political landscape for better connection with the electorate, the voters. It is the use of digital governance in a physical world where there is use of ICT tools to create public value through the collaboration of society, as said by Chen. And according to Bannister and Davis, it is the use of ICT to support public services, the government administration, democratic processes, and relations among citizens, civil society, the private sector, as well as the state. There are certain factors which had contributed to the development of phygital politics in India. Let us examine those factors. The phygital political system, like many other nations of the world, gradually evolved over a period of time when people started depending more on the information and communication technologies marked by the increasing use of internet, social media, and online services during the early 2000s. The political leaders in India started to understand the needs of politically conscious urban middle class young voters in India. And realizing the need of the hour, many political parties in India started their own websites, their own social media channels to attract the potential voters. So the political parties and their leaders, they recognize the power of internet and the power of the social media, and they felt that if we use for the internet, the social media for the political aggrandizement or for political marketing, then it will be good for generating public opinion, and we can also reach to the electorate. So they started using digital platforms for conducting political campaigns and canvassing for them and their parties. These political leaders were supported by a large number of tech-savvy population of India, especially the young IT students, the young political karyakartas or the members of political parties provided technical help and support to their political leaders, and this helped the political leaders in conducting digital campaigns and digital political marketing. The political leaders started using digital platforms like Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp to digitalize their specific political agenda and reach out to the young political volunteers and voters at a stretch. The online campaign on social and political awareness by the digital political activism groups, led by the NGOs and the individuals, also contributed further in the growth of phygital political system, as their digital political campaigns on the various social and political issues started gathering huge support from the masses. Apart from this, when the government of India started the use of electronic voting machines, as well as the VVPAT, voter verifiable paper audit trial machines, this also led to the growth of phygital politics. Along with EVMs and VVPAT machines, there was also a considerable growth of data analytics and political consulting firms in India. There were the political campaign managers who helped the political leaders to manage the entire election campaigns. There are many cephalogists, as well as the e-governance initiatives by the government of India. All this contributed further to the development of digital and the physical, that is the phygital politics in India. Now, there are many opportunities in the phygital political world, which is present before the political leaders. The digital world provides tremendous opportunities to the politicians. The phygital system is working systematically in the caste and communal based politics in India, which is garnering huge support for the political leaders and their parties. And with each election cycle, whether it is national, state, or local election, or the election for a corporate, or the election for those people who are working as the corporators in the rural or the urban areas, the landscape of digital political marketing continues to grow with the rise in the use of targeted advertising, data analytics, then social media management, and again there is ever expanding use of the social media. The political leaders are making great use of political marketing in the phygital world, and example can be given of the current prime minister who has created the brand Modi in one of the powerful brands, which is the most powerful brand in the political history of India. So anyways, there are many challenges ahead to completely transform the Indian political system into a phygital political system. The first challenge is the digital divide in India. There are many people in India who do not have digital access, particularly in the rural areas, due to poverty, illiteracy, and unemployment. So it may become, or it is rather difficult for the political leaders to reach to the masses to these rural area masses in a digital way. And there is also a problem related to fake news syndrome. As far as the digital platform is concerned, the fake news syndrome is affecting digital politics, as most of the times false information is shared on the digital platforms, misleading the people and manipulating the public opinion. Then there is no guarantee that data breaches and misuse of data will be taken care of. So data privacy and data security is one of the prime concern in the realms of the phygital political era. The cyber security threats like hacking and the threats related to algorithmic bias is also the matter of concern, which needs to be taken care of if there is to be a complete transformation of the political system to the phygital world. Then there is also a need to take care of the online harassment of the voters by the digital political world, where the politicians or their people or their workers, they continuously call the people asking their opinion about their political parties. So there is a need to take care of the online harassment of the voters by the digital political world, who feel the constant need to keep in touch with the masses through phone calls or emails or chatting on the social media. And apart from all this, there is a great challenge to hold the political leaders and political parties accountable for their digital misbehavior. For example, like spreading the disinformation or their hate speech, or for any harmful content which may divide the masses. So there is a need to control this also. The conclusion is that what is to be done to make the phygital political system in India a real success? The need of the hour is to evolve a multifaceted approach to understand the challenges of establishing a clear and fair digital political system, wherein all the stakeholders, the government, the political parties, their leaders, the voters, the civil society, as well as the digital platforms, all of them are joined together in efforts to make successful implementation of digital politics in India. Then there is a need that the gap between the digital political engagement and risk involved should be minimized, and there is a need to give maximum benefits to the voters. The digital world of the politics should reach equally to the urban areas as well as to the rural areas. Apart from this, the political leaders, through their digital presence and social media accounts, they can provide a need-based politics to varied voters of all the ages. This is something which is missing. So there is a need to provide need-based politics through the use of the digital media, or through the use of the digital platform, where the needs of the people, whether they are related to safe or clear drinking water, or whether they are related to electricity, or whether they are related to education or any such employment needs, all these needs should be met by the political leaders by their digital presence and through the use of their social media accounts. And these were the references which I had used. Thank you so much for your patience listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present.
Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure to you. Sir, any comment or question?
As such, no questions since we are running out of time. But good comprehensive presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you so much.
yeah, you have almost covered everything. Political marketing, cephalogies,
Yes, sir.
VVPATs,
Yeah.
challenges,
Within a
the
short
fake news
span of-
syndrome,
Yes.
the Indian Aadhaar Act,
Yeah.
the digital misbehaviors, and multifaceted approach. So
Yes.
good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now we are moving on to the next paper presenter. I would like to call upon Miss Shweta Yogesh Ghare, ma'am, from MULUND College of Commerce. Ma'am, are you there?
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. I am trying to share my screen. Just give me a moment. The screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Just give me a moment.
Your screen is visible, your presentation is not visible yet. Yes.
I hope it is visible now.
Yes, ma'am.
I am not able to switch on my video. It's showing some error, I think. Can I just begin with the presentation?
Yes, your screen is visible, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and the research scholars and participants of the conference. The paper which I have presented in this conference is related to emerging trends of women entrepreneurship post-COVID era. As we are here on discussing about the impacts of or opportunities of and challenges of digital environment, entrepreneurship is one thing which has had a great impact upon because of the post-COVID era. So this today, what I am going to discuss about is how entrepreneurship, which revolves around these 6 aspects which I have listed on. It is about innovation, it is resource management, which needs to be done in a proper way, how risk management helps an entrepreneur to be successful, creativity and constant research, how can it help the entrepreneur to be in the market and to be in the competition, and the dynamic nature of the market, how the entrepreneur should be able to cope with that process. So speaking about entrepreneurs, how am I trying to relate it to the women entrepreneurs or the topic of today, that is digital environment? It was been observed that women entrepreneurs before the COVID period and after the COVID period specifically saw a great change The slide which I am showing you now is emerging women entrepreneurs. What was there early 80s and what it is now. The growing increase in the awareness for higher education has brought women entrepreneurs from the earlier three P's which were there in the 80s, before 80s, and then how it has grown and how the scope for women has grown. So as you can see, earlier we used to link it only to the three P's. Women were expected to do their business activities only in these areas. But now that women are going ahead and increasing their scope towards engineering, electronics, energy, and almost all possible areas in the business sector. So, speaking about these entrepreneurs, I am trying to list out certain skills which these women entrepreneurs can help themselves with so as to become a successful entrepreneur. Listing out these with enough confidence, ability to learn new things, because that is going to add up to your business. The newness is going to be brought to your business. Adaptability of the environment. This is where we speak about Phygital, where you are able to adapt the physical environment as well as you are able to cope up with the pros and cons of the digital environment. Speaking about the next part, that is risk-taking capacity. When we are talking about risk-taking capacity, every business or every entrepreneur has to have certain risk management abilities. So if a particular entrepreneur is able to mitigate their risks, they are only going to make themselves survive in the market, or we can say they are going to go ahead with their business. Creativity and perseverance. Being creative in our business is where you will be able to keep your brand value upgraded, and as well as your customers would be retained herein. That's where we are trying to link perseverance and creativity both for an entrepreneur to be successful. Moving ahead, what were the benefits of these entrepreneurship skills to the women entrepreneurs when they were trying to develop or retain their business in the post-COVID period? Because of these skills which they tried and were able to enhance their business with, in such sense that they were able to connect to their customers through their social media. E-commerce is one thing which emerged out even better in the post-COVID period. That is what we all have been experiencing. So this increased use of e-commerce helped them to retain their customers, helped them to even increase their scope beyond what they were limited earlier, and resultantly enhance their brand value. Moving ahead, as we saw the benefits, there are some challenges with the women entrepreneurs faced in the post-COVID period. As everyone was in line with the online businesses and digital, were trying to cope up with the digital environment, or rather were trying to grab this opportunity. This created heavy competition in the market, which was a huge challenge for all the new entrants in the market, as they were not able to cope up with the financial impacts of this competition. So that was one challenge which even women entrepreneurs faced in the post-COVID period. Majority of the entrepreneurs were not able to cope up with their e-payment mechanisms, wherein they weren't able to receive funds as and when it was required. Majority of them were not able to get their payments regularly on time. So even that was a problem. Limited scope for expansion. Even if they were willing to expand their business, due to certain limitations put upon them, they were not able to expand their business. Maybe it is because of human resource, maybe it was related to other resources which were required to which were required to complete their requirements or meet their demands. Those were not possibly implemented. One more important aspect which was faced by them was relating to the raising of funds, the required documentation, or maybe the requirements of the financial institutions. They were not able to cope with it, and that is why that again affected their funds to be raised, and resultantly that affected their scope in expansion of their business. And then when we speak about women entrepreneurs, social obligations are again one aspect which, even if we do not want to accept to ourselves, but to some extent women still are trying to meet all possible social obligations in the society, with which they are trying to continue and evolve out of the best. Moving ahead to see what is the objective of my study here was to learn about the engagement of women entrepreneurs in the development of society. Secondly, how COVID-19, the pandemic, affected these women entrepreneurs, and also the skills which were required, which I just now listed out. Moving ahead, what were the findings of my study? It was a huge number, which you can see that it was observed that 13.5 to 15.7 million women-owned enterprises were earlier, and then we are having it increased to almost 22 to 27 million people. Again, if we speak about the social contribution of these entrepreneurs or these enterprises, it is potentially, it transforms employment in India, because it is projected that by 2030 they would have almost 150 to 170 million job opportunities. So this is a huge number, so we can surely say that this is going to lead to social contribution towards their engagement in this area. Moving ahead to the conclusions of the study, as I just now said, that women entrepreneurs in the society have had a significant amount of contribution, may it be in the societal betterment or may it be in economic betterment of the country. It is going to surely uplift the society. Again, speaking about the e-commerce, as it is the need of the millennial, where these women entrepreneurs also try to gear up themselves with e-commerce, it is surely going to help them to sustain their business and retain their customers even in a better way and increase their scope. Risk mitigation strategies are required so that they can survive market fluctuations. Many of the women entrepreneurs are able to mitigate their risks, but there are new entrants who need to go through or have certain education related to these mitigation strategies, which will help them to again maintain their business and sustain their business in the market. And lastly, proper education to these women entrepreneurs can seriously motivate them to innovative ideas. So these are the references which I am having, which I have referred for the study. Thank you so much for patiently listening to my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Sir, can we move on to the next paper presenter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mrs. Sonam Singh from R.A. Poddar College of Commerce. Yes, ma'am. You can share your screen.
Good afternoon, all of you. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible and you are audible also. You can continue. Just keep the time in mind. We are running out of time, so please, I would request everyone to stick to the time.
Good afternoon, all of you. I, Ms. Sonam Singh from R.A. Poddar College of Commerce and Economics, would like to present my PPT on Catalyzing a Financial Health, a comparative case study of technological intervention in NPA mitigation by public and foreign banks. So, introduction. The four important factors in this research paper is public bank, foreign bank, NPA, and use of information technology. Now, public bank, as we all know, the public bank, basically the bank in which the 50% of the holding is with the finance ministers of the state. Foreign bank, the foreign bank basically they open their branches in several countries. The objective of this bank is the foreign bank is to give the facility for the NRI, non-performing asset. This is the key point of this research paper, non-performing asset. Now, non-performing asset means what? Non-performing asset means over here when the bank give the loan and advances to their customer and they are not able to pay that loan and advances within a 90 days, it becomes a non-performing asset. Now, this non-performing asset, it impacts the profitability and the earning capacity of the bank. So, in my research paper, I have done the comparative case study of public bank and the foreign bank and how the foreign bank have used the technology to minimize this NPA. So, the research gap from the literature review, a research gap was that the many study have done on the Indian bank. So I have focused on the foreign bank also. Research methodology, over here I have collected the secondary data from the official website of RBI. I have taken a 5 bank with the least NPA of public sector and foreign sector are considered and pair sample t-test has been used. This is the data analysis of 5 public sector bank of India as on March 2022. I have taken only one financial year for my data analysis because if I want to take the 5 years data due to COVID, there could be a difference in the data. So I have focused only on the 1 year financial data. So you can see in the table the name of the bank, NPA, total advances and NPA percentage. So we get this NPA percentage from NPA upon total advances into 100. You can see the NPA percentage of the public sector bank of India. Next, the data of NPA of foreign bank in India has on March 2022. You can see the NPA percentage of foreign bank has compared to the public bank in India and the foreign bank, the NPA percentage of foreign bank is less compared to our public bank in India. The objective of my study, as I discussed, to study and compare the NPA of public sector and foreign sector bank. So with the help of the pair sample test, the p-value is 0.009, which is less than 0.05. That's why the null hypothesis has been rejected and the alternate hypothesis is accepted. The conclusion, there is a significant difference in the NPA of public sector and foreign sector bank. Why there is a significant difference in the public and foreign sector bank? It's because the foreign sector banks are using updated technology to track the record of their customer. They monitor the loan payment system and the various auto customized technology. Finding and conclusion from the analysis of data, it clearly indicates the average NPA of foreign sector bank is significantly less than public sector bank. It helps to generate the quick and customized report related to bad account and may lead to NPA in future. Investment in technology application is important but has been taken care by foreign sector bank. Public sector bank are in the process of adoption of this latest technology. These are the reference which I have used for my research paper. Thank you. Thank you all of you.
Thank you, madam. We'll move on to the next paper presentation. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Nilesh Kumar Agarwal sir from KJ Somaya College of Arts and Commerce.
Good afternoon, sir. I hope I'm audible. I will present my screen. In the interest of time, I will keep the presentation also very short.
Yes, please, sir. Yes, you are audible. You can share your screen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic for the study is, it's a study on Indian higher education system and inclusive growth in the process of globalization. The idea of study is to understand if India or Indian education system is good enough or is able to take the challenges or what are the challenges, rather, I would put it this way, in the higher education system in India. So starting and taking the presentation on, we all know that India has a very unique and distinct historical education system. So universities like Nalanda, Takshila were the pioneer industries in the ancient time of India. However, with the education system, over time, the education system of India has changed into the caste pattern. So if you see here in the next slide, the Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, Ati Shudra are the different castes that were created slowly into the society. And education was actually based on who we are teaching rather than what we are teaching. So the entire focus of the education was shifted, and the education pattern was drafted or designed in a manner that the education for a Brahmin would be very different from what we give to a Vaishya or a Shudra and what we give to a Kshatriya. While we understand that they have different objective of life to be achieved, however, we cannot distinguish that at the basic education level at any time during the society. So that was a problem that started in India about 500 years ago, and the pioneer universities like Takshila and Nalanda, they lost the importance of how they want to continue the education. Moving on, realizing the problem or the issues with the education system based on caste, there were actually many reformers who tried to bring change, and they did bring the change in the entire education system, starting with Gautam Buddha as early as time that we can go. Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, Savitribai Phule, Rajshri, Shahu Maharaj, and latest by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So these people realized the issues, the challenges that could come across, and which the next generation going to come would face, and they brought the change. While it is not a complete change still in the society, but their efforts, what they have put in terms of education system change, is significant, and we cannot ignore that. The objective of the entire research study is to understand the changes that has gone into Indian education system due to globalization process. The globalization effectively started in India as early as 1991 with the Congress government headed by PM Mr. Narasimha Rao. So he actually brought the globalization of Indian economy, and after that the education system also gradually changed. There is now a new trend of privatization along with the globalization, where institute or the universities wants to get private and accordingly design their own curriculum matching the global needs. Yes, there is no harm with that, or there is no negative side of this. However, the fee side or the reachability of the new education system with the entire population is the challenge that we are going to see in the entire presentation, and the correlation of privatization and globalization with the inclusive growth of education sector in India. In the 12th five-year plan, the government has set an objective of inclusive growth, where it also wants to promote education not only at the basic education level, like 14 years of education, right to education. So that right to education is in my mind is an old story, which is required still. I'm nowhere saying required or not helpful, but right to education has to be looked beyond in terms of that education should be taken to the next level. Each kid in India should be given that facility of not only the basic and primary education, but also the education that leads to an employment or employability of the student. It is not only just teaching them basics of languages and mathematics, but also making him employable and making him professional in terms of able to think with the help of knowledge.
Nilesh Kumar sir, just a minute.
Yes.
Extremely sorry for interruption.
Please.
Sonam Singh ma'am, can you mute yourself? You are unmute again. This happened several times since morning, ma'am. Sonam Singh ma'am, please mute yourself. Thank you. Nilesh Kumar sir, please proceed.
Yes.
Sorry.
Right. Yeah, no problems. That I understand. So what is happening with the globalization of education in India, or with the globalization, education has also gone global, I would say, that everybody today in India, if a student is from a well-to-do family, rather than taking an education in India, first he would try to opt an opportunity outside India. If somebody is not able to make that opportunity outside India, then he would try to make the opportunity from best possible premium institute in India. But how we define a premium institute in India is very different from what and how we defined it earlier. So today the premium institute is how much money are they charging, who can afford the fees of the education in the premium institute, how is the social economic background of the institute, where the institute is set up, what are the facilities that they are offering in terms of infrastructure. That actually makes the entire education or the system very different from the basic of the requirement of imparting the quality education. The social economic, the economic, these political sectors and factors do also affect Indian education system. So if we look at the government institutes, who are still not many in quantity, but yes, they are the premium institute, like we can talk of at professional level, IIT and IIMs, or ITS for that matter. These are the premium institute, but how many institute do we have? Government has now come up with many, opening with many IIMT and IIM, but still they are still not sufficient to the population and size we have. The option for the kids are to go to the private universities. Now private universities will also have their own problems in terms of high education fees, in terms of benchmarking or high merit list, that everybody would not be able to participate in the education system. There would be surely political interference, there would be infrastructure issues. Place like Mumbai would not be having a place or a better infrastructure. They can have a good building, but a campus or a requirement to develop a big institute is definitely a challenge in India. So these are the issues that we still see in Indian education system. Now, how do we resolve that? Not easy, because the challenges are multifold. The challenges are not only from the government side, not only from the private institute, but it is a challenge which requires a holistic change or a view to change the entire system. The problem is everybody here in the education system, and I'm sorry if I'm quoting somebody wrong, but there is a education is now not there in India. It is we can say that it's a business now in India, and if everybody is doing business, then who is imparting the knowledge? In my paper, I have given statistics which I'll skip here in this slide, because in the interest of time, that's not something that I want to do. But with the globalization, yes, we have liberalized the entire education system, but is it right? We have privatized the entire education system, or we are in the process of privatizing education system. I don't know if it is a right thing to do. Globalization of the economy as well as of the education has happened over the years of over many years, and it is still in the is still going to be there for many years to come. Marketing, instead of education, instead of students now coming to colleges or the institutes are reaching out to students and marketing themselves. So these are the challenges that we still face. Inclusive growth is a bigger challenge. Now, if I'm imparting knowledge which is leading to inclusive growth of the student, of the country, I don't know. Maybe if it is real or if it is only an eyewash. Sustainable development. Do we have sustainable development in terms of creating a new batch of the student or who is going to be future of India? So these are the things that I have covered in India in my presentation, looking from the education point of view, and how education would lead to a next generation, or how they will shape up the new generation that is coming in India in next 50 years. The conclusion I can make from entire exercise or the entire research is that problem in this education sector in the country has hindered the universalization and education, which has become a major obstacle of the inclusive growth. The government is the sole support of education sector. Now, where I'm saying government is sole support of the education sector, government should ensure that education, even in the private institute, is within the reach of common man, and to the not only they are not restricted to the only cities, but also being or are able to reach to rural areas and the not as tier 2 cities, we can say. Overall, the management of the education sector in the country is mainly responsible for wrong marketing of education sector and the changed commercial nature of the education in the name of globalization. I would conclude here, and I'm happy to take any question answers on the session.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. But due to time constraint, I think sir would like to give the remark at the end.
No problem, sir. I understand. Thank you very much. Thanks for patience.
Milind, sir, can we continue, or do you want to ask something to? Okay. So let's move on to the next paper presenter. I would like to call Dr. Parampreet Singh from Shri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College. Sir, can you check your audio first? Dr. Parampreet Singh, sir. Sir, your audio
On
is
behalf of Parampreet sir, I am here to represent the topic. The topic is a study on chronic professional diseases associated with employees of the information technology sector industry.
There is too much background noise, ma'am.
IT professionals who use computers for a few hours per day are at risk of developing vision problems, eye strain, shoulder problems, musculoskeletal disorders, obesity, diabetes, stress, neck and shoulder problems, and back pain, among others. The purpose of the current study is to identify these problems and associated factors with their working environment and implement policy level adjustments for the betterment of their health. The study was conducted in Mohali with 417 employees from 12 companies serving as respondents.
Hello. There is too much background noise, ma'am. We cannot hear you clearly.
Nearly half of the study participants had average knowledge of health issues, and over 3/4 of them had experienced one or more health problems as a result of using computers constantly in their day-to-day work environments. It is evident that the work environment has a direct negative impact on their health, and there is a larger knowledge divide between employees and management regarding the health problems. They must be addressed by conducting regular health checks, conducting numerous research projects on their health issues and management, and implementing awareness programs for both employers and employees. So, the results here are drawn, some are included in the present study work. Included in the present study were 417 IT professionals. The majority of respondents were male, that's 54.9%, while the rest were female, 45.1%. About 50.8% of the participants were younger than 25 years, 42% were between the ages of 26 and 35, 5.8% were between the ages of 36 and 45, and 1.4% were older than 45. So among the participants, 50.8 were married, 46% were unmarried, 2.9% were divorced, and the remaining 0.2% are widowers. So, the majority of respondents, 48.4%, had an annual income between 2 and 5 lakhs. 44.4% respondents have less than 2 years of professional experience. 42.2% have 3 to 5 years, and the remaining 13.4% are evenly divided between respondents with 6 to 10 years of experience and those with more than 10 years of experience. About 49.6% of respondents spend between 7 and 8 hours per day in front of a computer. The majority of respondents take a break every hour. 30.5 take a break every 2 hours, 8.2% take a break every 30 minutes, and 7.2% take a break every 4 hours. The majority, 50.4% of respondents, prefer to sit with their backs to the ground, followed by 38.4% of respondents who prefer to sit with their fronts to the ground and 11.3% who prefer to sit upright. The participants in the current study had an average level of knowledge regarding computer-related diseases. So, the discussion about this is, we studied the prevalence of visual problems and musculoskeletal issues, stress, obesity, diabetes, and other health issues among IT professionals in Mohali. The present study found that the majority of IT professionals have less than 2 years of experience, spend 7 to 8 hours per day in front of a computer, and take only a 1 hour break every hour, and have a back-leaning seated posture. Sitting in front of a computer for extending periods increases the risk of health problems among IT professionals. Previous researchers also agreed with their findings. Observed health issues included musculoskeletal. Conclusion is that the IT professionals who spend a great deal of time seated in front of a computer are more likely to experience health issues such as visual, diabetes, blood pressure, musculoskeletal, and stress problems. In terms of visual problems, the study concluded that pain, irritation, redness of the eye, and blurring of vision were more common, while musculoskeletal problems included pain or stiffness in the lower back, pain or stiffness in the wrist, hand or fingers, pain or stiffness in the shoulder, and pain or stiffness in the neck. Higher stress conditions such as moodiness, short temper, accelerated speech, nail biting, restlessness, getting confused easily, weight gain or loss, nervousness were more common. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. You can stop presenting now. Now I would like to call the last paper presenter for this session, Mrs. Uma Trivedi ma'am from Holistic Health Group.
Yes, give me 2 minutes. I wasn't expecting that my name would be taken so fast, so just give me 2 minutes. Okay, I would like to give a brief. Before I open up my camera and share the screen. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Right, okay. Before I open up the camera and share the screen, I would give a brief review about the paper that I'm presenting. I'm a research scholar from Manipur International University, and the topic for the conference, which is a phygital effects on our lives, on the different fields that we are working on. My field is of health. I'm a health coach, a holistic health coach with my focus on immunity and mental health. So my paper would be giving you a brief overview about no matter how we are moving in the field of technology, how much we are using the technology in our daily lives, where is the mindset actually going? Are we developing a positive mindset or we are developing a negative mindset? So that is about the research that I'm doing. I work in both the modes, in the physical, like in an offline mode, as well as in the online mode. Now we all know that before COVID actually hit us, not many of us were equipped with using the technology so frequently. All we were using is the WhatsApp, a little bit, a social media marketing, and of course people who are already oriented into science and research kind of things, they used it for their favors. But then as soon as COVID hit and we all moved to the online system of learning, teaching, and how to utilize this all of us were under a little pressure how to use this all so that our work is not impacted. Right?
Ma'am,
So,
sorry for the
yes,
interruption, but just a kind reminder that we do have a time limit, so please proceed ahead
absolutely,
with your
absolutely.
presentation.
I'm just opening up my screen here because I was stuck with something else while attending the
Yeah,
seminar.
you
So
got,
just give me a
you
minute
got
while I open up the
5 more
screen.
minutes to go, ma'am, please.
Sure,
Because
sure.
the valedictory session chairperson is already waiting. So please, we'll stick to the time period.
Right. Okay. Right. Just give me a minute. Right. Okay. So,
okay, so just in short, I will explain you the kind of presentation that I take while I do my webinars in order to coach people about the effects of a positive mindset. And I will show you a glimpse of my research paper as well in the end. I will not take a lot of time. Appreciate your patience. So we have a curriculum that we follow in each of the sessions that I do. So I take like 2 sessions per week, and then we give them task that they need to complete in the 24 hours itself. We open up the session for 101s. We ask them about their doubts if they have, while I continue teaching them about the negative effects of having a negative mindset and the positive impact accordingly. So as you can see in the picture, I explain them a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. The slide that you have in front of your screen, I
Your
hope
PowerPoint is not visible, ma'am. You are
okay.
presenting, but your PPT is not visible.
The PPT is not presentable. Okay, I mean it's not
It is
visible.
not
I'll
visible.
just share it. Okay, let me try this again. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. So the screen that you have is the second slide that I'm presenting in the form of PPT. Like you see, you have 2 pictures on the screen. One is about a fixed mindset, another one is about a growth mindset. So I explain my participants about the impact of the positive mindset and the negative mindset, how it actually affects their life. So whatever we are doing, be it offline or online, how we are actually grasping the information, how we are utilizing it for our own betterment, that needs to be understood. So no matter in what age group we belong to, either we are 60 plus or we are in our 30s, 20s, in the young age, in the college, it definitely impacts what we are actually absorbing, the kind of content that we are actually exposed to on a daily basis. The next slide is understanding the perspective. This defines the mindset very clearly, because sometimes when you are in a particular situation and then you land up in a particular argument with someone, each and every person sees that situation from his own perspective. So sometimes when we cannot correlate to the perspective of the other person, we land up into argument. So we need to understand that we need to develop a positive mindset, have patience that that particular person also has some kind of experience and is sharing his logics according to that perspective. So that helps us resolve everyday's issues in the daily life. Then we need to understand what is actually the trigger which is taking us into the direction of developing probably a positive mindset or a negative mindset. So if we observe our inner self, if we check the quality of the thoughts, then we can find out what is the actual trigger. So you see, we have an inner critic in all of us, and there is an inner voice. So you see, they are in two different colors. The voice, which is an inner critic, is critical, it is cautious, focused on the negative, it is emotional, judgmental, repetitive, circular, and the inner critic is driven to protect us from the threats. We need to understand this very seriously. It holds us back from reminding us of our greatest fears, potential for hurt, disappointments from our past, and limiting beliefs about our future. On the contrary, we have an inner voice. What is that? It is supportive, it is encouraging, it is focused on the possible, objective, open, forward looking. The inner voice sees what we are capable of becoming. So it encourages us to try new things, learn and grow, practice self love, and rise to our best self.
Last 1 minute.
Okay, sure. So whatever we do, our aim should be that we achieve a gaining winner's mindset. So we win a situation and we win over our life. That's the motto of achieving the positive mindset. So I think that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. My apologies, we do are running out of time, so I hope you all will understand. Now, I would like to request Dr. Mulund Marathi, sir, the chairperson of this technical session 1, to give his general comments, general recommendations for this session. Mulund Marathi, sir, over to you.
Parag sir, I think let the other second session people also join.
They have already joined, ma'am.
Okay.
Second session is already over.
Yeah. So both the chairpersons can then make the recommendations or their observations.
Okay, ma'am. Fine. First, we'll start with Mulund Marathi, sir, and then I will request Dakshini ma'am also to give her suggestions. Yes.
Yes, sir. At the outset, I'm thankful for inviting me as a session chair. It was a wonderful experience, and the range of topics was diverse, and the participants have, I think, given true justice to the themes which they had. So most of it I almost made comments during the papers only. So it was a great experience in all, and best wishes for the participant, and thank you again for inviting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now we are moving on to the valedictory session. I would like to hand over the charge to Professor Manoj Pathak, sir, for the valedictory session. Manoj Pathak, sir, over to you.
Thank you, sir.
कॉपी कर काय पण कर.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon to one and all present in this online one-day multidisciplinary international conference on Phygital Environment-Opportunities and Challenges of the New Normal Era, organized by Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce, Knight, Mulund West. Once again, I, Pathak Manoj Kumar V, lecturer in Mathematics Department of Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College, welcome you all for today's valedictory session. We have invited guest speaker, Mr. Mandar Bhanushe, a dynamic personality who is the head faculty of Science and Technology, Idol University of Mumbai. I heartily welcome you, sir, for today's conference. It's great pleasure for me to read out the introduction of such an eminent personality. He is the head faculty of Science and Technology at the Institute of Distance and Open Learning, University of Mumbai. Along with that, he is the founder chairman of Raising a Mathematician Foundation, India, an NGO working in the field of maths education. Former member of International Council for Open and Distance Education, Norway. He is also a former member of Board of Studies in Mathematics and Students' Grievance Redressal Committee of University of Mumbai. He has conducted many workshops for teachers, students on free open source software like GeoGebra and LaTeX, content and learning management system like Moodle, the CN.com, the virtual learning environments like VidsIQ or View, and educational mobile apps, spoken tutorial, OER, Wiki Educator, and e-content development. He has given the training to 60,000 plus teachers on various e-learning tools and technologies through workshop and online webinars. He is the public speaker on various topics like role of youth in national reconstruction, science and technology in the ancient Bharat, Bharatiya knowledge system, tradition, career counseling, etc. He received the National Award for the Best Education Webinar Series at the Indian Education Congress 2013, held in May 2013 in New Delhi. Sir has received the National Talent Search Award for the year 2017-18, awarded by the Indian Accounting Association, Thane chapter. He has published 5 articles, presented 8 papers at various international and national conferences, and he is the author of 4 books in mathematics for BCom, Account and Finance, BMS, BSc IT courses. He had worked as a resource person with IIT Bombay on a project of Maharashtra state to train 8,000 high school mathematics teachers under RMSA, Rashtriya Madhyamik Shikshan Abhiyan. He has conducted online 4-credit course on UGC Swayam in the subject of mathematics for the June 2019 session with an enrollment of 2,230 students from 11 states of India. And for the second cycle of January 2020, there are 1,300 plus more enrollments. He is the coordinator of the University of Mumbai community radio named as Must Radio. And last, he is the mentor of Swayam in the University of Mumbai. Now I request Mr. Mandar Bhanuse sir to address the virtual gathering.
Thank you, Manoj, for the kind introduction.
Thank you.
I hope I am audible to all of you, and it is nice to see you virtually.
Thank you, sir.
At the conference. We have been knowing each other for a long time. So, respected principal, Mrs. Kailash ji, I can see her right now virtually on screen. All the organizing committee members of this international conference, and more specifically the participants, the keynote speakers, the moderators of the parallel technical sessions. I was fortunate to be a part of the last technical session where I could hear Dr. Milind Marathe and I could hear the research scholars presenting their papers in this one-day online multidisciplinary international conference, which is titled as Phygital Environment-Opportunities and Challenges of a New Normal Era. Few months back, the SIS college had asked for an article to be published in their journal related to this post-COVID techno interventions. And that time I gave this the title to my article also something similar, where I mentioned that blended learning is a new normal. So basically we were focusing on the education technology aspect, and that struck to me that this is a a phrase which is being always talked about, new normal. And we are also very rightly speaking about something which is a new normal as far as the word phygital environment goes. I'm also really happy to know that so many academicians, research scholars from industry as well as from academia, from various places, they have gathered here to share their research experiences, the experiments and surveys and the kind of things they have done. And some people might have also placed on record their thoughts which are related to this very catchy yet a very important topic. I was, as I said, fortunate also to attend the first session of Dr. N. Panchanatham, who is the former Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, and also could listen to the very distinguished another learned personality who spoke after him, Dr. Ravindra Rana, who is a professor from Durban University of Technology, South Africa. So both the sessions I was able to attend for some time, and it was really great to listen to them. They spoke about what are the different things which are related to this phygital environment, in what way they are affecting the common people, and as researchers, what we should be doing. I'm sure that under the able guidance of Principal Dr. Kailash ji, the conference session moderators, we might have been successful in enriching all the attendees on not only the topic of this conference, but also on the various aspects which are related to, say, digital technology, its utility, its importance, its relevance, and more specifically, its future as the world sees, and as Bharat prepares itself for the future. Today is also a great day for all of us, as we were attending this online conference throughout the day. After the very successful launching and landing of our Chandrayaan-3 on the south pole of moon, which our country is the first country to do so, our scientists in ISRO have launched the first space-based mission, PSLV C57 Aditya L1, and that is to study the sun. So let us take this opportunity and wish Aditya L1, because today the Aditya L1 has been launched successfully, and now that will be revolving in an orbit, in a specific orbit, and it will take at most at least 125 days to reach exactly and safely at that point L1 where it is supposed to go. And it will send the necessary data to the scientists around the world. Most importantly, I thought it is also good to remember that the project director of this Aditya L1 mission is a lady, Mrs. Niga Shaji. So congratulations to the Nari Shakti of this great nation for this great achievement, which we have fortunately witnessed. Our generation has witnessed so many good things. So the negative part, the earlier speaker is a research scholar, Uma Shankar madam, she was talking about the negative thoughts and those kind of things. So the COVID pandemic has brought many negative thoughts. So it is a good thing that we are here to celebrate so many positive vibes around us. And I hope this conference also might have given very positive thoughts to all of us. I was going through the brochure of this conference when Madam shared me that I have to be a part of this, and I was going through the sub-themes of this international conference. I could see many diverse areas which have been covered as sub-themes. So say something like from chat GPT to intellectual property rights, to business startups, to economics, to health, and all this via the buzzword in this today's academic world, which is specifically in our country, which is NEP 2020. So it is good that we have covered so many variety of topics. In Rigveda, we have a mantra, Anu Bhadraha Krutvo Yantu Vishwataha. Let the noble thoughts come from all directions. Today we have seen this happening practically, where all the research scholars, keynote speakers, guest speakers, they spoke about the same topic, but from various perspectives, from various angles, from their own experiences, from their own experiments. And that is something which is very powerful, because this is how we can come together. And in fact, the entire online mode through which we have joined is again very much suitable, aptly suitable to the title Phygital. So we are physical in our locations where we are in the real world, and we have joined this virtual world through Google Meet. So it's a combination of physical world and digital world which is happening, and we are experiencing it firsthand as a part and parcel of this conference. So that is also something which is very remarkable to say at this valedictory session. So all those people who have done a very good work and participated in different roles in this making this conference a success, my congratulations to all of them. Few months back, I was at one of such similar conference which was organized by Jhunjhunwala College, which is in Mumbai, a very renowned college, an autonomous college, and the conference I think was on NEP 2020. I had gone there to speak on one particular session topic related to distance education and digital education. So at the valedictory of that conference, we had Professor Rajan Vedukar, who is the former Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai. And when he was speaking in his valedictory talk, he talked about a particular word which probably he himself has coined, and the word he spoke about was learnzoomer. So what is this learnzoomer? He said it's a combination of the word learner and consumer, or you can take it as customer also. A very unique way, or a very different way of looking at how things are actually happening around. A learner looking at the education as a consumer, as a customer, and a vendor. Now I'm just putting these words in a very generic sense. Let us not be too much of kind of commercial in this, because I could listen to one of the research scholar talking about commercialization of education. I think somebody from Somaiya College was talking about it. If the name is not incorrect from my side, Nilesh Agarwal probably. So let us not look at it from that angle. But yes, so learner is looking at this entire education system as a consumer, as a customer. The vendors, the education institutes, or you can say the education technology giants, they are looking at learner as their probable consumer or customer. Now this is something very important for all of us who are in the academics to understand the situation, the scenario, the environment, the changes. So whatever may be the case, we need to know how to look at it, keeping the expectations of the learners in mind, keeping the expectations of general public in mind. So since we are talking about all entire domain which is connected to human life, so all that expectations which are there in the mind, how to deliver is a real challenge in front of all of us. But technology is an opportunity to tackle these challenges. And what is important is the, we can say, the collaboration of intellect and technology. So it is not the technology alone, because that would not be proper to say, because technology keeps on evolving and changing. The intellect connected with the technology is going to create an impact. As academicians, I think we need to take every challenge head on and convert that into an opportunity for the well-being of the learners specifically. I'm specifically talking about learners and academics and academicians, because this is a conference which is representing the entire education system, right? So more specifically, in particular, we need to work on aspects related to education. Of course, when we talk about Phygital, it definitely talks about other things also. So similarly, just we have this word learnzoomer coming from learner and consumer combination. We have the word Phygital, which comes as a combination of something which is physical and something which is digital in nature. And we all need to acknowledge the significance of this term Phygital. It is very important. This is not just a trendy, a buzzword, a kind of word which is going around, and it is not a recent word also. I mean, it is 25-30 years before we have started so many experiments where we are bringing the physical and digital world together. This is something which encapsulates the essence of the world in which all of us are living today. The physical boundaries, or the boundaries which are there between the physical and digital world, they are increasingly becoming thinner and thinner. So now there's a thin line which separates the physical and the digital world. And what is a key word when this physical and digital is coming closer together? If you ask me what is the key word which is bringing this together, the word is innovation. And that's why we see so many people talking about innovative things, creative things. Why is there so much of talk about innovation today? But also people are talking about research for resurgence in this nation. The world and the nation and the society, everybody has to be taken into consideration when we are doing this research. Our research cannot be a standalone research which is not at all connected. If we see about the National Research Foundation, which is again a byproduct of the implementation of NEP 2020, it says that research should be focused to solve the day-to-day societal problems. And that's why creativity, innovation, research for resurgence, everything is going to be very important when we want to deal with the phygital world. Everything, just like education has become accessible, though not 100%, but yes, we can see the penetration of internet connectivity, we can see the penetration of smartphones, accessibility, the digital technology, because of which this accessibility is happening. The internet revolution, okay, all this we are able to see in the field of education. We are also able to see in other areas. Like I was able to listen to one of the papers related to health. So areas like health sector have also been very much benefited from this phygital environment. Take the example of the government of India has initiated, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has developed a mobile app called as eSanjeevani OPD. Now this is where the real world doctors who are sitting at remote locations are addressing the health related issues of the population in general, who are at their own remote locations, and everything is happening using the digital technology. And it's happening on real-time basis, right? At the same instant, I get a call from a doctor. The doctor is asking the same questions which a physical doctor would have been asking me. There are operations there are surgeries which are being conducted remotely. There are surgeries which are being conducted by robots. So things are very rapidly changing. All our experiences have become more personalized, more interactive. It is blurring the line between the observer and the participant, right? So what I feel is that we have an upcoming concept again, which is though not very new, but it is being evolving, and the concept is of ubiquitous learning every moment, every second, and this learning is personalized learning. One of my well-known friend from Canada, Professor Kinshuk, he and his team is doing a lot of research on this in Canadian University, and that's quite interesting to really read some articles which are related to ubiquitous learning. So this is what is the background, what we need to understand when we talk about phygital. It is not just mere combination of words, it is combination of two ideas coming together and giving some kind of good rich experience to the end user. So if you talk about the benefits of this phygital world or phygital environments, what can you see about it? We can just put a gist of this entire experiences. I know I cannot speak for a longer duration because the session has been already extended by almost 30-35 minutes. So I'll just take few minutes, and what is coming to my mind, I'll just share with you in some words which you can elaborate later on. I will not be speaking in detail because the whole day we have heard about it, and we will be doing something. It is not this conference is over and my work is over. So we'll be working on this. So one of the primary benefits which I see happening around, which I am also sure that all of you also might be experiencing, it is about the customer experience. So say, for example, just very recently, I think 1 or 2 days back, it came in the newspaper and all news channels telecasted it. It's about the digital UPI based payments. In August 2023, this month of August, the UPI based payments crossed 1 crore plus transactions, 10 billion plus transactions, and all these transactions based on the UPI. So this is something which is quite interesting, because the time when this thing was introduced, all of us have seen it in those days when this was introduced, that there was a lot of criticism that India is a poor country. In our country, who will do digital payments when there is so much of scope for doing corruption? So these are negative thoughts, and these negative thoughts are not connected to the real world. The real population of Bharat accepted the digital UPI-based payments. I was just browsing the Twitter profile 2 days back again when this UPI thing came. There was a video of a old lady who was selling vegetables. I think many of you might have seen that video. And wherein the customer is asking, oh, I want to do digital payment, how will you take it? She just does the उसका उल्टा कर देती है वो जो इसपे जिसके ऊपर vegetable रखती है, and at the back of the utensil there is a QR code which is being pasted by somebody else for her, and she just shows that utensil, the back side of that, and yes, this is a QR code, scan it and pay me. So this is a kind of customer experience improvement which we can see because of the digital UPI based payments. I was also able to see a video where a salon where we go for cutting the hair and normal kind of things, though I have very less hair left, but we have to go to the salon sometimes. So there are simulative environments created in the salon. A very professional salon will show you, just sit in front of the mirror, and the mirror will show you how different hairstyles suit for your personality, and you can choose one of those, and then the person will cut your hair accordingly. Now this is using the digital technology, the simulation environment. If you go to a very big mall where there is a, say for example, the place where we have furniture kept. So you just tell me my hall or my bedroom is of by this size, 10 by 12 feet or whatever, and then what kind of furniture would look better in my room. So there is a app which does all kind of customization and shows you, okay, you can have a sofa, you can have a table, you can have a dining table, you can have this, you can have that, you can keep TV here, and if the customer is satisfied, then boom, the owner gets the required things sanctioned from the customer directly. Now this is what I mean by saying improving the customer experience. Then we have another benefit which I see is the increase in the engagement of the end user. So again, take the example of education. We have augmented reality coming up, we have virtual reality coming up, we have mixed reality coming up, we have ebooks which have been specifically designed in an interactive manner. We have videos which can be customized and converted into interactive videos. So what is all this? This is personalized, interactive, engaging education. Now, how is this possible? 30, 40 years back, a textbook was just a textbook, a printed book. Now we have a book which is in various formats. We have a Bhagavad Gita book coming up with a pen, and you just take the pen over a shloka. The shloka is being read with an audio in it. Now these are things which have been introduced, which is a part and parcel of this phygital activism or phygital world, we can say. One more benefit which again we will be able to really connect with, it is about the increase in the productivity, boosting the productivity, increasing the efficiency, optimization of the resources, maybe the optimization of the profits, optimization of the cost, optimization of the transport system. So all this by sitting at one place, you can do this. So this is something which is really increasing the productivity of the market engine. Then I think for academicians, I see one more benefit, which is collaboration. See, as we are experiencing right now, we have this as an international conference where we have people joining us from all different remote locations. This is the power of digital technology, where we can have collaborations, and in real-time basis, we can collaborate from people around the world sitting at any corner of this world. So we should make the best use of this benefit coming up from this different we should come up with different collaborations with individuals and with institutions also. We can create an immersive experience. Say for example, I don't know what is the current status of this smart city project which the government of India had announced few years back. But this is something where this phygital environment is going to create a big impact. The digital infrastructure in the smart city project And if you talk about academics, the digital infrastructure in the academic administration. What are the problems which are the learners are facing currently? Transfer certificate nahi milta hai. There's a problem with the migration certificate. There's problem, I have lost my mark sheet, I have lost my degree certificate. What is the process if you misplace your mark sheet or convocation certificate? You have to file an FIR, you have to file an affidavit, then you have to write an application letter, and then you have to run around, and then you wait for a few months or few days or few weeks. The academic administration can be doing this in few seconds. With just one click, you get your entire document. That is about DigiLocker. That is all about Academic Bank of Credits. That is about the National Digital Repository. So we can see that the academic administration, the social world, the public administration, everything at every location, we will be able to create more immersive experience because of the phygital environment. And one more benefit, which is a larger benefit, which is applicable to all the areas wherein this is going to intervene, it is the accessibility and the convenience, basically. See, my convenience, I want to open a bank account. My convenience is what? I am at my home right now. This is 4:26 p.m. right now. I am in a location in Palghar district of Maharashtra state. And the bank employee just gives me a call and says, okay, sir, what do? You click on this link. I am sending an SMS. That takes me to the mobile application of the bank, and 1, 2, 3, 4, zoom. The account is created. The KYC is also done digitally. Convenience, that's the point. And accessibility. Anybody, anywhere, and anytime. So this is, I think, just to summarize about the benefits of having the phygital interventions or phygital environment around us. Of course, with the new interventions comes the new challenges also. And see, this is all about disruptive technology, as we all talk about it. But the point here is to understand that any new technology which comes up, it disturbs, right? The word is disruptive. So it disturbs the entire system initially. And what is the keyword in this sentence which I said just now? In my sentence, the keyword is initially. It is not going to disturb you forever, right? It's going to disturb initially. So we need to take it with that spirit. So it is anyway going to be there. Let us take it in that spirit. So there are few challenges, as I said, because anything which comes new and though it is also called as disruptive, it will create some challenges in front of us, some kind of difficulties. And these difficulties, these challenges, we are good enough. We all, Bharatiya, are good enough to convert these challenges into a very good opportunity also. So one thing I feel is the difficulty to create a phygital environment, okay, which will be quite effective, which will be quite convenient, which will be very customer friendly, user friendly. That is a challenge. How do you make it? Because we may introduce some such kind of disruptive technological interventions, but the point here is to make them effective, convenient, comfortable, user friendly. So this is, I think, one of the challenges which is there in front of the innovators, the startups, the Make in India, Made in India kind of people. And also this is a challenge for the innovators like the academicians who are going to bring up with some kind of ideas and solutions. There is also a big challenge which I was also fortunate to get an understanding about it when I attended the G20 summit which happened in BKC in Mumbai last year, almost 6-7 months back. So that is about the data privacy, the security concerns which are related to the privacy of the individuals. So that also has to be addressed properly, because there is a challenge in front of all of us when we come into the phygital world about the security and the data privacy of individuals of this country. And of course, across the world, this is the same problem, but then we have to keep it in mind and we have to address this as also as a challenge. The challenge, I don't know whether we call it as a challenge specifically, but yes, it is a concern. That's about the human touch, human connections. Because whenever I go, mostly I do teachers training program with reference to education technology. So this is a common question which I get from the participants who are teachers in the regular face-to-face classroom environment. So they say, you are talking so much about education technology, but where is the human touch? Without that, how can education actually be achieved, etc. So yes, I agree to that point also. And therefore, this is also one of the challenge which I feel which we have to address, that how do we bring into the human touch, how do we bring into the human connection when we are talking about the digital world. A very natural challenge, or you can say a byproduct of too much of use of technology, is the dependency on technology. Okay, so the dependency of technology also is a challenge which we have to tackle. One of the important thing which is happening, and of course people are addressing it around the world, and we also have to address it, that is about the e-waste, electronic waste. So much of electronic waste coming up. And I'm really happy to share at this point in this conference to all of you that our University of Mumbai's Department of Chemistry research scholar, Roshan Rane, his guide, Professor Vishwanath Patil, they have come up with a very innovative digital solution for recycling of lithium-ion batteries. Now, this is what I mean by collaboration, because when I was talking about collaboration some time back, here you can see that our Mumbai University's Department of Chemistry collaborated with the Swachha Urja Alliance, and they came up with this very innovative solution, how to recycle the lithium-ion batteries. So dependency of technology is going to give rise to e-waste. How do you tackle this e-waste issue? There we really would require a lot of innovative solutions, and e-waste is one such example. Too much dependency on technology is another issue. And this leads to a very valid and a point which has been discussed by many research scholars also, and that is about the something which we cannot ignore about the ethical issues. There are ethical challenges, there are societal challenges, there are technical challenges which this phygital environment brings along with it, and we have to address. There's a digital divide which we have to address. There's a loss of human connection, as I said, which is missing in this entire world of phygital world, and which is really going to demand attention of researchers, of academicians, of people around in different areas who are working on this, and a collective effort to address this challenge is something which is quite important for all of us to do. Of course, there is one more challenge, you may not say, but it is something which is a very practical thing. That is about the cost which is attached to it. So, for example, creating an augmented reality tool, it is not that easy. It is not that you can say it is costly affair. So, it is an expensive thing for designing, developing, and implementing phygital tools. So that is also one of the things which we can address. But of course, there are all these, when I say challenges, there are solutions attached to that. 2 years back, I was attending one program in Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh, where we had the Nobel laureate Kailash Satyarthi ji, who is working with child education and other things. And in his speech, he said one very, very nice line, which I remember I generally share when I have to talk about something related to societal issues and problems and challenges. What did he say? He said that I understand that India is a country of 1,000 problems. Now see, this is completely connected to what I'm currently speaking. We talked about the importance of phygital things, we talked about the benefits of that, then we talked about the challenges or difficulties. So he says, I understand that India is a country of 1,000 problems, but at the same time, remember that we are also a country with billion solutions. Now, I feel this is something which should be striking in our mind again and again and again, that yes, there are 7, 8, 10, 19, 20, 30, 40, 100 problems and difficulties, challenges related to something which we would like to do. But at the same time, why are we there? Our existence, our purpose of existence is basically to resolve these difficulties, to address these challenges and convert these challenges into opportunities for the betterment of the society. So though there are thousands of problems, we are 130 crore people, so we have a billion solutions. Let us work, each individual work on one problem. At least 5-10 people come together, do a collaborative work and work on a particular problem. Just like Swami Vivekananda said, that take up an idea and live for it. Entire life, dedicate your entire life for one problem and see that the problem is eradicated. We have a solution for that problem. That is my contribution to the society and to the world. So I think if we navigate through this entire complex landscape, what is the thing we should be looking forward is we must foster collaboration, and we must also foster interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary thinking, which NEP 2020 talks about. Now, a mathematics person cannot just talk about only mathematics. That fellow also has to take into account statistics, computer science, sociology, psychology, all kind of aspects which are affecting. My subject is maths, and I know that it is something which is affecting the entire human life, all domains. Nothing is going to be untouchable for us mathematicians. But the most important point here is interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary thinking. So every day in our daily life, okay, it is going to get affected with this changing disruptive technology, its intervention into our daily life. Our daily life, from early morning when we get up, the digital clock which wants us, yes, it's morning 4:30 a.m., get up. Okay, from that point itself, it begins, the intervention begins. So maybe in our education, our work environment, where we say the field of e-commerce, the public life, the health, the wealth, the family system, the moral values, the entire everything related to the human world, as I'm saying, everything is going to get affected with this changing disruptive technological intervention. And we cannot run away from that. We must be vigilant at the first hand. As a first-hand experience gainer, we should be vigilant. As an academician, as a researcher, we should be providing viable, ethical solutions, which is simultaneously to all these challenges, okay, within this new, what you call new normal era. Okay, so we have to work as a lecturer, as a professor in our college, in our university. We also have to do some research work, and at the same time, we also have to tackle these issues related to the new challenges coming up with the new normal era, like the phygital environments and all those kind of things. What we decide today, my friends, will be impacting the generations to come. And this is therefore we have to understand what is my role in this entire system. Let us play our role effectively, actively. And remember two lines which I'm saying as a part of the end of the valedictory session from my side. And the first thing is, change is mandatory, survival is optional. Change is going to be there, whether you like it or don't like it, whether you are part of it, not a part of it, change is mandatory. That's the rule of this world. But the only thing is, you can say, okay, survival is option. If you don't survive, it's your option. And the second point is that, as I say, the change is mandatory, survival is option. I also say that be the change you want to see. And with this as a motto in your life, let us work on this, and let us not leave this one-day international conference with very happy by sharing our research papers, sharing our research articles, listening to somebody while cooking the food, while doing something else in the colleges and wherever you are. But let us not forget and close this chapter at the end of the valedictory session and be happy with the certificates which we receive. But take these issues forward and take head-on more issues which come to us. Collaborate with others from the industry, from the corporate, from the society, from the NGOs, from the individuals and academicians, and let us work for a better world. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for very patiently listening to whatever I said, whatever came to my mind. Sabko namaste, bhavatu sabha mangala.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable and informative talk. And on behalf of Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College, I thank for you for accepting the invitation of conference given from college. Now we are moving towards the end of session. For this, now I request Mr.
मनोज सर आप म्यूट हो.
Pathak sir, you're on mute.
Okay.
Unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your valuable and informative talk. And on behalf of Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College, I thank you for accepting our invitation for this conference. Now I request Mr. Sunil Ram sir to propose the vote of thanks and take the charge of other announcement.
Before that, I would like to share few things. Thank you, everyone, and our regrets for if there were any technical glitches, because it was online, and as it was said in the beginning, that there are limitations for technology or these online conferences, and cooperation given by Marathe sir, Sushmita ma'am, for concluding the technical sessions, because we had a time schedule which we had to observe, and cooperation given by Mandar sir also, because I had to text the message to everyone, sir, please, and please don't feel that it is rudeness from our side or arrogance of our side, but within the time schedule we have to manage the technical sessions.
Madam, you are muted.
Yes, there is a connectivity issue right now. I hope ma'am will join very soon. Ma'am, are you there? Yes, ma'am, you are visible now.
Visible?
Yes, and you are audible also.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, everyone. And uh, my best wishes to all the paper presenters for your further research in years to come. And as Mandar sir has shared very, very informative session, informative talk he had, right from in the beginning we had Panchanatham sir, and at the end Mandar Bhanushe sir. Between that we had, of course, these were they were two excellent speakers, and between these two sessions we had again a wonderful people delivering a very informative and a very relevant, very contemporary talk. Thank you, everyone, and over to you, Ram sir, now.
Ram sir, unmute yourself.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible. Continue.
Okay, thank you so much, madam, for inviting me for vote of thanks. First, a very good afternoon to all of you. Now we are at the concluding session of today, one-day international conference. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of management staff, teaching and non-teaching staff of Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE College of Commerce night for today's distinguished eminent speaker, Dr. Natarajan Panchanatham sir, Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teacher Education, University of Chennai, for guiding our participant and sharing valuable thought and knowledge. Second, keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ravindra Raina sir, Professor of Economics, Durban University of Technology, Republic of South Africa, for motivating our respected participants from your expertise, knowledge. Third, the subject expert, Mr. Manoj Sathe sir, country head, Excite Technologies, for throwing light on capital market and economic development in physical environment. I also thank Dr. Suchitra Naik, Principal of KG Joshi and NG Bedekar College, Thane, Mumbai, for guiding us on new education policy 2020. We are thankful to Chairperson of Technical Session, Dr. Milind A. Marathe, sir, from Seema Nare, and Dr. Susmita Dakshini, retired professor from DTSS College, Mumbai, for evaluating the presentation and for their valuable recommendation. We are thankful resource person of today will directly function for Mr. Mandar Bhanushe sir for joining and sharing his wide knowledge on digital mode of education. We are thankful to our chairman, Advocate V.B.DESHPANDE sir of college and Dr. V.B.DESHPANDE sir, chairman of SARVAJANIK SHIKSHAN SANSTHA. We are also thankful to respected Principal Madam Kailash Anikar Madam for guiding us to organize and conduct this mega event. We are thankful to participants who take active participation to join and make successful this one-day multidisciplinary international conference. We are thankful our teaching and non-teaching staff who took active part and work hard to make one-day multidisciplinary international conference grand success. And at the end, आयुष्याच्या प्रवासात चांगली माणसं भेटतात. आयुष्याच्या प्रवासात चांगली माणसं भेटतात आणि चांगल्या आठवणी देऊन जातात. जातात जातात गोड आठवणी कायम देऊन जातात. मिट्टी को सोना बना दिया, मिट्टी को सोना बना दिया, जो भाग्य में नहीं था वो दिला दिया. विदा हो रहे हैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, अरे विदा हो रहे हैं आज हम कॉन्फ्रेंस से, जाते जाते खुशी के आंसू दिला दिया. Now I declare that all participants should get their soft copy within 7 to 8 days and hard copy 15 to 20 days from today. Now I declare that today's program is over. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much and all the best to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you everyone for joining. Further instructions will be shared in WhatsApp group. Thank you.
बंद करू ना सगळं.
सगळं काढायचं ना.